cannibal directive issued. There's been people who have done deep dives into this, and there is some evidence that some people died that way. But there's just no question that Hamas crossed the border and killed a lot of innocent people. And as I've been saying to you since I've been on your show, Piers, I just think it's horrible when people downplay that, and it does nothing but undercut their.
Yeah, I agree.
I
mean, if all you do is focus purely on the GoPro footage that Hamas broadcast to the world, if that's all you do, you see exactly the horror that they perpetrated. All right, Elika, you wanted to come on, but specifically with Dave Smith, you think he's wrong about absolutely everything. So just outline your main complaints about Dave Smith.
You know, I don't have an outline, but I think I can just go off of everything that he says. You know, in this example, you correctly pointed out what the Soviet Union was doing. You correctly pointed out that they would use these kernel of truths as part of their disinformation campaigns. But the question is, what were their disinformation campaigns rooted in? Well, we know what the entire, communist agenda was, and that was demoralization of the West, in order to sort of gain this traction internally within the West so that they would overthrow their own government. So the whole point of Soviet disinformation and ideological subversion was to convince people that the West and Israel was the source of all evil in the world. All of the KGB defectors have said the same thing. Yuri Bezmenov, Mikhail Pachepa. But the way they talk about how this is achieved, they talk about demoralization. And demoralization is the point where you can no longer tell truth from fiction. You can no longer tell right from wrong. And what happens when you reach that stage? You start making moral equivalencies between liberal democracies and terrorists and autocrats. So when you say there, yes, I do see that the Islamic Republic are terrorists, but I don't see how other liberal democracies are not terrorists as well. That is exactly the ideological subversion which you correctly identified, but don't see how it's a part of your own talking points.
Dave?
No, that's just a talking point yourself there. I mean, it's just not true. I know that the defenders of Israel often like to use this term moral equivalency, but it's just made up and doesn't apply to what I'm saying at all. I mean, if I were to say that I in no way ever said that the society of Iran is identical to the society of Israel, or that the people or the citizens of that country both enjoy the same amount of liberty, I've never said there are massive differences. Listen, I would say that American society, certainly within America, was far superior to Iraqi society under Saddam Hussein. But you can say that and also say that George W. Bush launched an illegal war in Iraq. These things aren't contradictory at all. And so what I'm talking about is, let me finish. What I'm talking about here is that the IDF is committing acts of terrorism. And so you can say it doesn't count when a government does it, but there's no objective moral standard to that. So I'm not making an equivalency between anything. I'm just pointing out that these two groups both have committed terrorism. And so in the same sense that you could point out how two people have both committed the same crime, that is not the same as saying those two people are identical in every way.
So when you... Yeah, so you are drawing these moral equivalencies, and you're doing exactly that. You're saying, I'm just saying, how is the IDF different to Hamas? How is the IDF different to the Islamic Republic?
I didn't say that. No, you're saying that. There are,
okay,
I could list off right now. Hold on. Because you're starting with completely strawmanning my position. So let's just, before you just argue, hold on. So before you argue with what you made up, instead of arguing with what I'm saying, I could name 1,000 differences between Hamas and the IDF. I'm not saying there's no difference between them.
Clarify what you're saying.
I don't think it could be any clearer. I'm saying they both commit horrific acts. Both kill innocent people.
You have said now, and you've said online on Twitter when you were debating people, you asked this exact question, which is exactly what a demoralized person would ask. How is this different to that? How is Israel doing this different to that? Now, let me just start by saying,
hold on. This is like a basic IQ test. I could say, how is this act different from this act? That's not saying how is this entity identical to this other entity. The point is that targeting innocent. Sure.
It's exactly like saying, How is it different between a cop and a robber when they're both pointing guns at each other and they're both making each other feel threatened? Isn't that the exact same thing? Yes, sure, it is the exact same act, but it is a different motivation. Okay, that's what the difference is. Because when you have a regime like the Islamic Republic or Hamas, that's literal inception and existence is based on the destruction of Israel and death to America, and basically just killing everybody who disagrees with their ideology, and another entity whose focus is on protecting its people. Yes, the actions may look the same, and in fact, the actions may be just as wrong as each other. They may be just as brutal and terroristic as each other, but the motivation is different, and to be demoralized means to not understand that.
Hang on a second. All right, let me jump in there, because actually, what difference does it make to the innocent civilians who are...
Doesn't make a difference.
Well, hang on. What difference does it make to innocent civilians who are killed whether one has a better, motivation for doing it? Because my problem with what Israel's doing in Gaza is that, in direct contrast to what it did in Lebanon with Hezbollah, in direct contrast to what it did in Iran, both very precise, very targeted, very successful operations, minimal civilian casualties. In Gaza, in Gaza, the strategy has been completely different. It's been a strategy of sort of nihilism, where they just destroy everything in Gaza. Almost every hospital is either now... Well, hang on, let me finish. Is either destroyed or damaged in some way. We know this actually because we have to listen to British doctors who've come out and told everybody what is actually going on there, because, of course, international journalists are still banned by the IDF, even though they were allowed in previous conflicts in Gaza. They're not allowed to verify anything in this one, which I find very suspicious. But here's my point, Elika. I defended Israel's right to defend itself after October the 7th, not least because the Hamas spokesman went public almost immediately and said, we want to keep doing this. So I completely understand Israel's not just a need or a right, but a duty to defend its people. However, what we've seen in the last few months, with a 3-month blockade of starvation of already war-torn, impoverished people, and then this constant bombardment, including in the last 6 weeks, endless bombardments of people who are desperately lining up to get food. Now, they are dying, it seems very mysteriously. The IDF says...
It's echoing, right? Like, I just need you to confirm that it's echoing. I know that it's echoing, but just confirm that it's echoing, okay? I'm trying something new today to avoid technical difficulties with the computer. I am streaming... I have 2 computers set up right now. It's not echoing? Are you shitting me? It wasn't echoing?
We shot in the air as warnings. Sometimes they use other language, which means they may have shot towards people they saw as a threat, or they are now investigating what happened.
I read out earlier. So I have two computers here right now. I have one computer that is literally just OBS, because my computer is incapable of running OBS with anything else in the background, okay? So one computer is just OBS, okay? That's it. That's the only thing that it's... Oh, OBS and a reflector app. Then my other computer is what I have everything else on, is what I have my my websites, my control panels, my chat, everything and whatnot. On this computer, okay? Then my OBS computer is over here. And I don't want to try using Arc yet, because honestly sometimes Arc gives me problems even when I'm not even running anything else, and I have this reflector app running, but I just reflected my screen, my camera screen, to the OBS computer, and that's just dealing with that. And I'm dealing with all of the obsidian and all of the background and all of everything else over here. Okay, so we cracked the code, hopefully. Fingers fucking crossed. It's like, I'm gonna stream tonight from 6 to forever, because I just want to see how long this setup will last. Even though it's like 7 right now. Sorry, I'm never on time. Big booms in the chat. I'm so glad. Alright. Let's get this here so I can talk to you. Yay! I also got a new chair. That was just for me because it took up a lot of space. It's like a really big back for no reason, and it wasn't like had arms, and I sit cross-legged, so that was annoying. This is a lot easier, and it's so much easier to crack my back. I don't know if you just heard that. That was juicy. All right. I keep on hearing Donald Trump saying that Iran's nuclear facilities are just completely destroyed. Is that confirmed? Do we know that for a fact? Like, that's like, how would we even begin to know that for a fact? I saw him give a press conference with Pete Hegseth. Well, I saw clips of it. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. What just happened? Oh my gosh. Hang on, wait. There's no way this didn't even last like 1 second. Hang on. No, I just didn't set this up properly. Hang on. I'm just dumb. There we go. Okay. Goated. Remember, guys, I've been working doubles nonstop all week. I'm a little plugged out of the loop. We have yet another confidential intel leak from the Department of Defense revolving in ongoing war attacks. That's just that's a new headline. That's not the Houthi one in Yemen. Twice. That's not. Is it that one again? Is it that one the third time? There's no way this is the whole video. It's only 11 minutes.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is on the defensive today. He held a news conference about the scale of U.S. strikes on Iran and seemed frustrated about a leaked early assessment, which estimated that Iran's nuclear program was set back by only a matter of months. That's in direct conflict with the president's claim that 3 key Iranian nuclear facilities were obliterated.
Oh!
Hegseth spent most of the news conference slamming the media.
It was a leak against him. The hell? Super Friday, thank you so much for the $5. Why isn't Iran saying anything? Are they banned from the internet? Wait, yeah. Didn't we hear? I think I took this note. Iran lost internet access on the 20th. Iran lost internet access after Israeli strikes. Iran was spreading all of these messages telling their citizens to get off of WhatsApp because it was promoting the Zionist agenda. And then they said that the evil Western Israelis cyber attacked them and took out all the internet. The reason why I'm saying that sarcastically is because I don't think that WhatsApp is like a fucking Israeli-owned PSYOPs app that was taking Iranian information and that was substantiated. I don't... But their internet is gone.
Media for its reporting, he and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff stuck to the claim that the U.S. strikes on Iran destroyed their nuclear ambitions. Here's part of what he had to say.
President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history, and it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capability.
This is so unprofessional. I don't even want to go to Obama. I don't want to go to Bush. Announcing.
My fellow Americans, at 7 o'clock this evening, Eastern Time, air and naval forces of the United States launched a series of strikes against the headquarters, terrorist facilities, and military assets that support Muammar Gaddafi's subversive activities. The attacks were concentrated and carefully targeted to minimize casualties among the Libyan people, with whom we have no quarrel. From initial reports, our forces have succeeded in their mission. Several weeks ago in New Orleans, I warned Colonel Gaddafi we would hold his regime accountable for any new terrorist attacks launched against American citizens. More recently, I made it clear we would respond as soon as we determined conclusively who was responsible for such attacks. On April 5th, in West Berlin, a terrorist bomb exploded in a nightclub frequented by American servicemen. Sergeant Kenneth Ford.
It's like, it's so professional. They're not using any inflammatory language. It's like serious. It matches the gravity of the situation. It's diplomatic. It's straightforward.
April 4th, the People's Bureau alerted Tripoli that the attack would be carried out the following morning. The next day,
he walks through exactly what information they had upon making the attack. He reassures the nation on like what that this was needed and necessary. Why aren't you doing this for your own sake? Like this is tearing MAGA apart from the inside out, bro. Like why aren't you going out there like we had XYZ information? This is we know for an absolute fact. Like on the Pierce Morgan thing, they're saying that Iran never even had like a nuclear plans at all. They're just chilling over there. They were those centrifuge. Nah, those were just for like. Those were just for fun for the 4th of July, bro. Like we're just so like how is that oh my god.
We know how historic it was. The chairman does. I know. Our staffs know. And so that's why we are, and the President of the United States knows. And that's why it's almost personal when we see the way in which leaks are used to try to disparage the outcome or muddy the waters about the impact of what happened without being responsible with information and allowing the professionals to assess and provide that information just like the chairman did. When you leak a portion of an intelligence assessment, but just a little portion, just the little portion that makes it seem like maybe the strike wasn't effective, then you start a new...
Been reading about FDR during World War II. I need to like get into that. I've been meaning to. I have 2 books sitting over there that I've had for like probably like 2 months, 3 months now, that I just need to finish getting through about FDR and the way that he handled. It's just so impressive. My favorite thing about him was his brain trust, and I wish that like I just think about it so much with Donald Trump. Like when I look at Donald Trump's cabinet and I think of FDR's brain trust, it actually like I just oh my god, like he went through so much effort to make sure that like he had the top of the top, to go on economic and social problems facing the nation, because he acknowledged, like, dude, I'm the president. I'm dealing with foreign diplomacy shit. Like, economy. Like, he didn't go out there and pretend to know everything about everything. There's no one in the world that knows more about the economy than me. There's nobody who knows more about tariffs than me. Tariffs, it's a beautiful word. Like, this is all Donald Trump needs. Like, just... Because imagine how much more dangerous he would be if he was just making sense. Like, he's so retarded. When he talks, you can just hear it. When you hear the edits of, like, him as, like, a 3-year-old voice, like, it makes so much sense. Like, it just puts it into perspective so much. It's just his energy. It's just his charisma. But, like, imagine if he didn't even have that. Like, imagine if the words that he was saying made sense. Like, they would be unstoppable. I don't know why they're stabbing themselves in, like, what is it, shooting themselves in the foot? Or, like, stabbing themselves in the neck, literally.
News cycle. Whether it's the Washington Post or Fox News or CNN or MSNBC, you start a news cycle that starts to call into question the ethics. No, that's why. So you bring the chairman here, who's not involved in politics. He doesn't do politics. That's my lane to understand and translate and talk about those types of things. So I can use the word obliterated. He could use defeat, destroyed, assess, all of those things. But ultimately, we're here to clarify what these weapons are capable of, which anyone with, two eyes, some ears, and a brain can recognize that kind of firepower with that specificity at that location and others is going to have a devastating effect.
All right, we have team coverage of Hegseth's remarks standing by at the...
I hate when they do this. Like, why did you edge me? I just want to see the whole video. Fuck you.
You're ready for college.
Is this a sign?
Lock in the money you need. With an easy
application. What are you trying to say right now? Fuck you.
Because you
Coach Johnson's going to be taking over running the defense for us.
What? Wait a minute, I run the defense.
Now, this does mean we are going to have some black players. We're going to start the white players in the first half, get out a big lead, a commanding lead on them. And we're going to let the black players come in the second half and try to play the game a little bit. Woo! What a comeback. Down 48 in the first half, but goddamn, we came back and won that thing, huh? That's coaching.
Well, next week we do black players first half, white players second half.
All right, I just thought of something. Golly, those white boys almost blew that for us, didn't they?
Hey, I'm sensing a pattern.
I'm sensing a pattern myself. I told you we'd start winning again. Hey. That's a winning streak.
Y'all are gonna have to start making some room in these trophy cases.
He's our old starting quarterback. I was starting a guy that had polio. I didn't know teenagers could look 45 years old. Now we're playing teams. Quarterbacks are running now. Quarterback can run.
The correct term is scrambling.
Scrambling. Isn't that fun? Scrambling.
It's so funny to me when people okay, I mean this with all the seriousness and all the gravity and all of the intensity of all of the fucked up shit that's going on in the world right now, but genuinely it's so funny to me when people think that this shit's gonna last. Oh my god, this is actually such an what's the word? An anachronism in history. You're gonna look at the imagine this period in APUSH, okay? It's gonna be like our insane technological boom, the advance of the cell phone and just insane access technology, widespread social media usage, and then immediate regression back to the literal 1930s. We will recover. It can't be this. It can't be this much of a joke. It's the the sentiments of the 1930s, but the people that are alive right now aren't even like I don't know what the word is. Like, we're not serious enough. We're not surrounded by death enough. We don't take anything seriously enough for it to actually go well. Like, Donald Trump isn't actually doing... he's not actually rolling tanks out on the street. Like, he's not actually, like doing everything that he's pretending to be doing. He's not actually successfully dictating. He's just putting on a really good show and making a lot of noise about it. Everything's getting halted in the courts. Like, none of this shit is gonna stand. I refuse to believe that this is gonna last any longer than, like, fucking 4 years. Like, it's gonna be over. It's gonna be over, and everyone's gonna, like, scratch their head and be like, oh, how did we let that happen? That's, it's my bad. And actually, not even, probably. Everyone will just go back to normal. Nothing ever happens. Like, nothing ever happens. It'll even out.
And I mean specifically you, the press. Specifically you, the press corps. Because you cheer against Trump so hard. It's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump.
Super Friday, thank you so much for the $10. Did you know the CIA overthrew Iran's government in 1953? What if all of this is a show, or is a business? The U.S. has a history of bloodying both sides for profit. It's very true. I forgot.
Because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it. Spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt.
Look, this is the only reason why this guy's still here. Donald Trump sees himself in him. Like, can you leave me alone? Can you leave me alone? Can you actually leave me alone? Please? Please? No, stop. So needy. Jesus Christ. Children, am I right? Should have aborted her.
And manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about
you? Hang on, I'm so sorry. What the fuck is this? Did you know the CIA overthrew Iran's government in 1953? What if all of this is a show? War is a business. The U.S. has a history of bloodying both sides for profit. Yeah, little bro, that's exactly all it is. It's the military-industrial complex. That's all it ever was. And the U.S. will just continue to funnel senators into defense contractors, and that'll just be the permanent course of history forever and ever with the Israeli counterintelligence and all of that fun stuff, right? Anyone suggesting that this stuff should be a show, it should be disregarded, no offense. The response is, you don't think the government lies? Did you know that the United Nations flag is actually the flat Earth map? Did you know that? Why would they make it so similar? Oh, you don't believe that? Do you... What, you think the UN tells the fucking truth about everything, huh? You think they're telling you the truth about where their flag came from? You think they know the worth of the earth is actually flat? Jesus Christ, how stupid and how brainwashed can you be?
how hard it is to, I don't know, fly a plane for 36 hours. Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story how hard that is? Have we done it 2 or 3 times so that American people understand? How about how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? Or what it's like to man a Patriot battery? Or how hard it is to refuel midair? Giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did.
I'm gonna kick you out. I'm gonna kick you out.
Because of the hatred of this press corps, are undermined because people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible. And folks in this room are privy to that information because of the proximity here in the Pentagon. It's an important responsibility. And time again, classified information is leaked or peddled for political purposes to try to make the president look bad. And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their...
Sorry, I have to go strangle my cat. Not actually, obviously. She's just so fucking... This cat has been giving me so many, like... You know how it's a joke that cats will literally, like, run away and come back just, like, pregnant and hungry? That's her, except she's spayed. So, like, she hates me. She doesn't like me unless I'm petting her or begging. She wants attention whenever she wants attention. She doesn't want attention whenever I come home from work and I want to cuddle. No, she runs away from me and she scratches me and she meows at me until I feed her. She'll literally hit me until I feed her. This fucking cunt-ass bitch ran away from me for, like... I don't even know how long before coming back. Like, there was I hate her. I have such a love-hate relationship with her. But I love her. But she's a bitch. Like, oh my god. Hate her so much. I don't know why I don't call her my daughter. I call her a cunt. Actually. That's what I call her. I need my soundboard back. I never re-uploaded it since I restarted my computer. Because I've also been kind of scared to run it. But maybe if this goes well.
All right, you guys, happy Thursday. I promise today we have a good one. Well worth the wait. Just crazy, because I'm going to take you guys to church today. I'm not kidding. We have got TikTok influencers and Instagram influencers and pastors that have received marching orders. You might have noticed that, a little uptick in content regarding not just Candace Owens, but Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, as if we work together or are coordinating together. Very strange. Plus, Trump tweeted or Truth Socialed about Bibi Netanyahu last night, and I'm going to be frank, it's just weird. Everybody agrees it's weird. Everybody across both sides of the aisle. We don't know what's happening. Some people think he's playing 4D chess because it was that odd. I don't know. We're going to take a look at that tweet. And lastly, Lizzo has featured a line about me in her upcoming...
I'll be crying if I look like that too, bro. That's fucked up what they be doing to y'all. I ain't even gonna hold you, bro. I be saying that's fucked up. Like, bro, you probably had the full washing set. Your shit be fire probably if they ain't cut your shit. Fuck it though, bro. It's your life.
Oh my god! That's... Oh my god, that's so violating. Jesus Christ. Tis, bro. Oh my gosh. The way that I have this set up, I like can't see this other computer that has like my filming shit on it. Hang on.
Hey everybody, Tim Miller from The Bulwark here. We're in a time warp.
Ah. No, what did I want to... fuck, I should have saved it. I saw like the craziest headline the other day when I was scrolling.
He cannot call them fascist. That's kind of crazy.
Wait, you really don't believe MAGA's fascist? I am against Trump, totally, okay? But why do you love Trump will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Jake,
okay,
talk
so
about
now,
a straw man. I mean, you're making up stuff I never said. Come
What's the point
on.
of coming on here if I can't answer your
Jake,
questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
So you want to
Jesus
talk about
Christ,
straw men.
Crystal.
You're
it's just,
inventing
like, it's a
things on the
mistake
spot.
talking to you guys. It's a mistake.
This is what our domesticated Jews have to go through. Oh my god, what the fuck? I'm dead. I don't know what the sect is that does that. But even like a lot of the super orthodox people that come into my job, they don't have all that. Like I don't know what the qualifications are. I don't know the reasoning behind it, but that I don't know how common that is. Like outside of like super hyper specific community.
Track. So look, mommy, I made it. She knows what she's doing. Trump knows what he's doing because the entire world is a stage, my friends. Welcome back to Candace. This is the Candace podcast to catch a predator edition. I'm telling you, this is interesting. Where to begin? I don't know. Look, right off the bat, I want to be very clear, as I have made clear on my Instagram stories many times before. I am an acquired taste. I get that. I'm like Brussels sprouts. When you're a kid, you're like, ooh, what are these like little cabbages? Disgusting. When you're older, you're like, can I get them fried with balsamic vinaigrette? That's me. People don't like me instantly. And so I by no means expect for you to watch today's episode and take away from it that everybody who makes an anti or negative Candace Owens video is somehow funded. That would be ridiculous. Hating Candace Owens is the oldest hate in the world. It's a hate that mutates sometimes. I fully understand that people legitimately don't like me. But recently, and when I say recently, I mean beginning this year, we began realizing that there are these like inorganic hate Candace campaigns. It's kind of like hating Candace with GMOs and seed oils. It's just terrible, right? It's just not good for you. And I look at it, and the first time that we recognized it was back when I was covering Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively, and my clips were going viral on TikTok. And then suddenly a bunch of TikTok influencers who had never really made content at all about politics or culture started making these videos with virtually the exact same script. And the videos all hit the internet at the exact same time. I'm talking like you could go, we can get this down to within 72 hours of each other, all saying the same thing. At that time, it was Candace Owens is trying to rebrand. Did you?
The books that I have are The Nazi Conspiracy, which is a book about how to kill Hitler. Roosevelt. And then Why We Watch, which is talking about how Roosevelt why Roosevelt didn't go into the war initially, which makes sense because he was dealing with his own American shit. Yes, I am asking because I saw the chat earlier. I was upstairs and I got a snack, and when I was getting my snack, well, I got a Coke because I'm trying to stop drinking Red Bull so late. So I have 4 o'clock as my cutoff now. I need something carbonated. What the fuck? The can didn't even open. Hello? How do I drink this? What? It didn't... The fuck? Okay. I'm not destined to drink anything, I guess. Anyways, I was thinking about that Mamdani policy that he has about like the like government grocery markets, because when I first heard that, I'm not gonna lie, I actually feared for socialism. Like I've never in my life ever like genuinely like thought that a democratic policy was socialist. The first time that I heard that, I was like, oh, this is what they mean. This is what they mean. But then I gave it a chance. I heard him out. It sounded like it sounded like a really interesting solution to a very valid concern, which is that poor people end up eating junk food because they can't afford good food, hence my snacks. So like it's a good sentiment. This plays into, if I've said this to my mom before. It's funny because I would never run for office, but if I ever ran for office, I would run on the tagline like it's too expensive to be broke, or it's too expensive to be poor, because it's like you end up eating bad food, junk food, right? Do you know how many cavities I had growing up? I'm not saying that was like that was anyone else's fault but my own, but I had a lot of cavities growing up, and I needed insurance to get those filled in, and a lot of times I didn't, like it was like spotty, so I had to wait, whatever, so it ends up being more expensive when it goes up more. It layers up so quickly. It's like you can't afford to get like a high quality jacket, so you end up getting like a cheap one from Walmart, but then it only lasts you for that one summer or that one winter, so you end up having to buy a new one the next year because it didn't last, or like you end up having to like throw out everything, or like everything breaks really easily, like whatever stuff like that, but then on like larger scales, like food and like health, whatnot. Yeah, I am talking about cavities and while drinking Coke. Were you not listening to the entire fucking thing that I just said? I'm broke as fuck right now, bro.
You notice Candace Owens is trying to rebrand? I'm noticing that Candace Owens rebrand, all sorts of people saying the exact same thing. That's what I mean, just inorganic. And we went, that's weird. It's like Operation Mockingbird, but TikTok style, you know? And we...
Like, if you have a parking ticket, this has happened to me before. If you get a parking ticket and you can't afford to pay the parking ticket, and you get hit with the late fee with the parking ticket, and then you can't afford to pay the parking ticket with the late fee now, and then it ends up being so long that you can't pay this parking ticket, that the late fees get so high that you will never be able to pay this parking ticket, that your car just ends up getting fucking booted, and then you have to pay for it to get out of the impound. Then you have to pay for the fucking parking ticket. Then you have to pay for... you couldn't even pay for the parking ticket to begin with. Like, it's like shit like that. It's fucking up the country.
We didn't really care because that's just dumb. And hopefully, I hope if anybody's watching this show, that you're wise to that sort of a game, that sort of propaganda makes sense to you. Because I've covered Operation Mockingbird, and I've told you it never was discontinued, and that the CIA is all about infecting your minds, and they know for a fact, if you say the same thing...
Just ate a cat hair. Is Operation Mockingbird, is that like a real... is that like a neo-Nazi talking point? Because I feel like I've heard that a lot. Is this the Libya thing? No. Oh. Tea. Okay. Routine review of the daily syndicated column newsman Robert S. Allen and Paul J. Scott developed indication. Sometimes codeword material is being utilized as basis for a high percentage of their columns. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Wait. That's so bad. How are they getting this information? I wonder. Directive Security received a requirement from the DCI in March of 1962 to attempt an appropriate investigative activity to determine If possible, the identities of the source. Discrete checks of record sources was recommended. With approval of the DCI, around-clock telephone monitoring was conducted of telephone lines of each of the newsmen's homes and to the office of the shade jointly. Activities continued, at which time the telephone coverage was discontinued to coincide with the retirement of Director of Security. Knowledge of the activity beyond a limited few in the Office of Security directly involved in processing the acquired data is indicated as being limited to the DCI. So, this guy was like calling the reporters and giving information? Is that it? Regular briefings of the DCI were... Became apparent that Scott acquired most of the sensitive data and who acquired it. Was he getting paid? Like, what was the motive for this? Why? They're just giving information. Oh, is that the whole conspiracy? Is that they were manipulating the media coverage? That's just okay. I don't know. Honestly, go hard as fuck as a phone back here. Eyes only. Arya's gonna go down a rabbit hole of conspiracy cited by Candace. I think it's important to understand what the fuck these conspiracies even stem from, because half the time, like, okay, listen, if I get to this basis and it's like anything that's, there's no way that it's not comparable to fucking Pete Hegseth adding Jeffrey Goldberg, or sorry, Mike Walls adding Jeffrey Goldberg to the fucking Signal group chat. Like, it's so non-principled, it's so ideologically based, it's such bullshit. Like, even if this is like a full fucking like corrupt democratic scheme that was used to manipulate the media, that's fucked, and I would say that. But I could also say that Pete Hegseth adding his fucking personal attorney to a group chat is also fucked. She would never say that. She would never say that shit. Oh yeah, no, I do. Yeah, I shouldn't be getting into 1960s conspiracy theories. But yeah. Long Island. I live there. This was approved under the Trump administration. Sus. Okay. Boom. This is new. That's sick. You can search SEC filings. Oh my god. Wait, can you guys even see that? Probably not. That's sick. This is why I love AI. I would never be able to do this. I could never. This is what AI is used for. This is what AI is good for. Please give me a comprehensive overview of this report. And also contextualizing verified sort. Oh my god, why can't I type sources with Unbased conspiracies. Oh man. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So, this thing does keep, this reflector app keeps on restarting on me. But honestly, this is a lot easier to like reset than it like than my entire computer, so I'm okay with that. It's happening a lot more frequently, but that's fine because it's a lot easier. That's like 30 seconds max of resetting. It's chill. I can handle. Approved from the Trump admin in his first term. It says 2020. 2020. The reflector app is just reflecting my screen to my other computer. I have two computers. One computer is being designated as an OBS computer because can't handle anything else. One for the plug, one for the hose.
Over and over again, people will begin to believe it's true. It doesn't matter what it is. Throwing it back to that CIA experiment that I always tell you about, where they brought in all of these people.
What would hang on, let me, what is Candace Owens? Candace, what are you? She's from a Virgin Island? That's lame. Is that verified? Damn it, okay. What if I went to, I'm trying to think what a comparable, like, fucking counter to this would be. Jesus Christ. Why is she bringing up things that happened in American history, literal decades ago? Like, that is not the way that history works. You cannot bring up the behavior that the CIA was participating in what is she gonna bring up, like fucking MK Ultra? Like what I'm gonna abandon my line of
People,
thought.
and only one of the people in the room was not a CIA agent, and they wanted to see if you would just go with the crowd. And some guy holds up a picture, let's say it's a banana, and everyone's an agent except that one guy, and he's like, "What do you see?" And he makes all the agents say apple, 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 apple. And by the time they get to the one guy, the person that they're experimenting on, he knows he sees a banana, but oh my gosh, he says apple, because you believe in the madness of crowds. That's the point. Like, if people keep saying stuff, you go, well, I'm the only one that has this opinion. And most people don't have the confidence to, like, buck the crowd. Okay. Again, I've shown you guys this many times. I just have to rely on the fact that you're aware when you are being influenced. And we've showed you also previously that these micro influencers sign up on websites like influenceable.com or xomad.com. So quite literally, you can go as a business and you can get a bunch of micro influencers to pretend that they're organically coming across your products or your ideas. I think it's weird. It should be an FTC violation in my viewpoint. And I'm definitely calling my lawyer because I am trying to comprehend how it's not. But it happened, and it is.
What the fuck is this line of thought? How the fuck did you just go from talking about, oh my god. Wait, hang on.
Hating Candace Owens is the oldest hate in the world. It's a hate that mutates sometimes. I fully understand that people legitimately don't like me. But recently, and when I say recently, I mean beginning this year, we began realizing that there are these like inorganic hate Candace campaigns. It's kind of like hating Candace with GMOs and seed oils. It's just terrible, right? It's just not good for you. And I look at it. And the first time that we recognized it was back when I was covering Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively, and my clips were going viral on TikTok. And then suddenly a bunch of TikTok influencers who had never really made content at all about politics or culture started making these videos with virtually the exact same scripts. And the videos all hit the internet at the exact same time. I'm talking like we can get this down to within 72 hours of each other all saying the same thing. At that time, it was Candace Owens is trying to rebrand. Did you notice Candace Owens is trying to rebrand? I'm noticing that Candace Owens rebrand, all sorts of people saying the exact same thing. That's what I mean, just inorganic. And we went, that's weird. It's like Operation Mockingbird, but TikTok style, you know? And we didn't really care because that's just dumb. And hopefully, I hope if anybody's watching the show that you're wise to that sort of a game, that sort of propaganda makes sense to you. It covered Operation Mockingbird in what, like 2 years before?
You're a senator, and now you're throwing a theology and those who
even been in the room.
That is just so. That's just such a crazy line of thought. That is just such a crazy, like. I have haters. My haters are fucking comparable to this PSYOPs conspiracy that the CIA was conducting in. Now look at this interview where Ted Cruz looks like an absolute fucking free Christian Zionist talking about Israel, and listen to my anti-Semitic neo-Nazi propaganda. Like, what? Oh my god, like that was just like a crazy. I trust that you are competent enough to know when you're being influenced, but not me. I would never do that to you. You can trust me. You can trust me so much. Like I would never. I'm the only one that you can trust. Like this is insane. Insane level propaganda. Morticia, thank you so much for the what is SEC? What currency is that? Swedish. Cool. Welcome. Wait, she was part of the DOJ investigation with the Russia influencer shit? I didn't know that. I'm just gonna take your word on that because I don't want to vote on that.
Room with him for people to see us on camera together. Why are you connecting the dots? We're not tweeting at each other. Why is it Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens? Okay, so let's back this up and see how we got there. And I promise you, this is gonna astound you. Last week, as you all remember, Tucker Carlson, not Candace Owens, went viral because he had a sit down with Ted Cruz. War was on brink, whether or not we were gonna get involved in another one of Israel's wars, and he pressed Ted Cruz on the idea that it was America's biblical duty to protect the foreign state of Israel. And things got pretty spicy. Take a listen.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective,
I didn't know that she had a white husband. I didn't know she had a Russian husband. Either she had a white husband. I didn't know she had a Russian husband. That's funny as fuck.
I want to be on the blessing side of things. Those who bless the government of Israel? Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government, now this is the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can...
This interview made me hate Tucker Carlson so much because how fucking dare you be such a good interviewer? How dare you be so shamelessly like on it and debate bro and like absolutely bodied Ted Cruz in like so many different ways. How dare you? Only when it suits your agenda. And how dare you sit there and try and argue for the Russian side? Like, oh, but Zelensky's a dictator. Oh my god. It's so shamelessly gross. Jesus, like I hate him so much. I hate when I see stupid people acting smart, because I know you know better. Oh my god.
And find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the...
It's in Genesis, but... So you're quoting a Bible phrase, you don't have context for it, and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Hold on.
No.
You know what's crazy? You never... Let me not speak out of my ass, okay? In my experience, it is so much more common to hear the whole God's chosen people, the land of Zion, and like the temple coming down. Like, yes, you do hear that in your religious Orthodox Jewish voters. But the people that are like going around fucking cheering it, like, not for nothing, the Jewish people are at least like aware that it sounds bad. Like, they're like, yeah, we're not gonna go around like saying like that we're God's chosen people. Like we know that we're held to higher standards, right? Like that's like the mentality. These motherfuckers are like, oh yeah, no, we gotta get them in place so we can fucking kill him. So like we need them all herded up there, okay? We need them in the Judea. We need the way that the God is, the way that like the oh my god, like these insane Christian Zionists are like so crazy, and everything everything comes down to like the fucking God's chosen people. Like everything that Israel does is blessed because it is God's chosen people. Because like what? Most people in Israel probably wouldn't even say that. Like if you ask 100,000%, I know this 100,000%. The majority of Israelis would say that they are Israeli before they're Jewish, meaning that if they don't necessarily believe in God, they still are really fucking Israeli. Like, they're still really into the culture, really into even if they don't necessarily believe in God, even if they don't necessarily believe in the temple and like the second coming or whatever, they're really fucking nationalistic in Israeli. Like, and they'll serve in the IDF, and they will do their mandatory service with fucking pride. Like, they will do that for their country, not for their religion. So strange. It kind of sounds like when, like, Israelis looking at Ted Cruz, literally making everyone more anti-Semitic by the fucking minute. Jesus Christ. Like, it to me comes across the same energy as like when a really straight person is trying to be an ally by like obviously to a way more extreme extent, but like they're like, oh, queen, slay, pussy power, yas, iconic queen, yas, slay. Like it's put the rainbows down, babe. It's okay. I don't want it. I don't want it. You can keep it. That's not the vibe. It's not.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what, hold on, define Israel. This is important.
Because this doesn't even make any sense. Like, are you gonna say that the Bible commands Israel or Jewish people? You're telling me that if Israel were to become Muslim right now, that you would still protect them? No, it's about Jewish people, right? What the fuck do you mean Israel? Like, what?
Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked, like...
Wait, we need a verdict right now. Are you making a distinction between good faith straight dudes doing that to show solidarity in a cringe way, or does that apply to straight dudes unironically? No, I'm talking about when I was in high school and I'm projecting, okay? I'm talking about when I was in high school and I would get called fucking dyke walking down the hallway because that was funny. Like, oh, okay, thank you so much for showing your support. Thank you. Like, yes, it's like, you're completely missing the point of it. You're being so offensive. You're spreading so many different, like, false stereotypes. So, like, you're trying to make it seem to the rest of the world, like, oh yeah, we're just chilling laughing about it. Ha ha ha. Like, fuck you. No.
49 questions about it.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exists, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes, yes.
It is.
And I want to make clear what's happening here because it's all very relevant. Tucker shows up to interview a person that has voting power, the ability to decide whether or not Americans are going to support potentially another war in the Middle East. And he's interviewing him about this. And it's not Tucker, but it is Ted Cruz that brings up his theology. And then things get out of whack because I think maybe Ted Cruz is realizing in this moment that that's kind of a crazy position to have, to say there's...
This is what's wrong with the Democratic Party. Like, I just didn't want to be grouped in. So don't group yourself in. I'm not talking about you, bitch. Like, oh my god. Sorry. I love you, Hunter. Obviously, I wasn't talking about you. It's just funny. It's like, oh, but like, not, like, I hate all men. Oh, but not your dad, right? Like, you don't hate your dad, right? Obviously, you don't fucking hate my dad. Like, a recipe for bean soup, but I don't like beans. Okay, so don't make the fucking bean soup. Do you know that thing? Like, it... This is what's wrong with the Democratic Party, is this language. If it doesn't apply to you, don't apply it to yourself. If the shoe doesn't fit, don't fit it. If you're a boy and you hear everyone going around saying that every boy is racist and a bigot, and you know you're not a racist and a bigot, then stop fucking freaking out about it and be a strong boy.
There's a bunch of religious fanatics in the Middle East and we've got to conquer them because of religious fanatics, but then your basis to be a form of religious fanaticism. And he kind of suggests that Tucker Carlson is anti-Semitic. Take a listen.
It's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries...
It's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese, you're not talking about Japanese, you're not talking about the Brits, you're not talking about the French.
As you should, Hunter.
The question, what about the Jews?
Senator,
what about the Jews?
Oh, like I'm an anti-Semite now.
Senator, you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that, and I have
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be...
This is so not completely destroyed. What? They still have 60%. Like, this is so not completely destroyed. U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Fordo and other mission. Oh, but we killed another one. That's good. Is that good? Do I cheer for that? No? I have to go back and like fill in all of these blanks. But I'll do that at a later date. I'm so bad.
be honorable enough to say it right to my face. You are in a sleazy, feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews?
You said, I'm asking you...
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
Do you use different vaults often, or mostly just stick to? I just stick to one. But that's also just because I have the Obsidian Plus, but I have like the one that only lets you have one with sync. So this is my singular one with sync. I just have a shit ton of folders. The EU time format, what is that? Because I put the date first. This just makes so much more sense. I actually really hate the way that I hate that America does this. Like this makes sense in writing. Like the 12th of June, 2025 sounds so much more formal, or it's like sounds so lame as compared to like June 12th, 2025. Like, okay, that checks out when you're saying it. But like this makes so much more sense when you're like writing it and organizing it. Because otherwise I would just have like a bunch of 6s over here. Just be like 6 all the way down, and then my eyes would have to go to like the middle row right in between the year to find out like the most chronological. Like that doesn't make any sense. Lame. Of course the US wants to be different and like not go like even with like I think with time too, like most other countries do it where it's like seconds, minutes, hours, or we do minutes and seconds. Does that make sense? I don't know. I feel like there's like a distinction there for like some other countries too. The US for some reason, I don't know, we're just strange.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll
in a
answer
straightforward, rational way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So, shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended.
Shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker. You look cute in that.
Obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
you just called me a sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government is run.
You want to count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about AIPAC?
I never asked about the Jews. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to...
I love military time. I'm such a fan of military time. Welcome in, Tom.
With a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two.
So it's incredible. And I want to be very clear that this interview is potent. That's not the effects of this interview, it's not going to go away. In my honest viewpoint, it is the beginning of the end of Christian Zionism. And Christian Zionism is necessary for Israel to go on doing what they want with nobody asking any questions. You're going, wait a minute, why are we supporting this? Why?
I think it's so lame that people try and make this about religion when it's so not. Do you really think that this war is about fucking religion right now? Oh my God. Really?
How do we continue to support this? And so it went absolutely viral as far as debates go. It was very clear that Tucker was the determined winner. But you have to imagine that for the groups that have spent millions upon millions, billions of dollars investing in poisoning the minds of young Americans, poisoning the minds of people at Sunday school to believe that, like, as almost an indulgence, that if you just let Israel do whatever it wants, you will be blessed. That this interview would have sent them mad, and mad it did. Because oddly, in response to this debate, despite everyone agreeing Tucker won handily, we started seeing an appearance of influencers that began not just attacking Tucker and pretending like nobody just watched what they watched and going like, Tucker's crazy, but strangely attaching my name to it. It was not just Tucker, it was Tucker and Candace. I'm going to show you just one example, okay? It's a little long, but it's worth watching. This is a woman, her name is Nadine. She has 16,000 followers, and this is the video that she did in reaction to Tucker's sit down with Ted Cruz. Take a listen.
Okay, did anybody else watch the Tucker Carlson interview with Ted Cruz yesterday and think, what in the world has happened to Tucker Carlson?
No one thought that.
I really used to like this guy,
He's so
but
funny.
he looked so insane during this interview. He was so...
He really did not. Like, he came across so normal and so coherent. It was so disturbing. Because did he stop doing coke in preparation? I literally have never seen this man not cracked out on something. I think I've gotten pretty good at recognizing coke guys. I'm just saying, like, you'd be surprised by how many people are just casually on coke in New York. It's very concerning. I think we need like a huge, like, what is it, like, information campaign. I don't think people realize like how serious, like, people are really, really lax with it for how hard of a drug it is. It's very concerning.
So offended and acted completely juvenile. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen Tucker Carlson do. He looked...
Your mod is deleting my comments. You should choose better moderators that will help grow your brand. I believe you were being retarded about Iran earlier, so maybe you got put in a timeout. But okay.
So bad. He literally made himself look very weak and immature. Did anybody else get that same? I mean, I
No.
was watching it with this open mind thinking this is going to be a great interview, and then it just went downhill really fast. But Tucker was, it grossed me out. I don't even think I can watch Tucker Carlson anymore.
He retracted his
I
own
really feel like
comments.
he needs to give an apology to Ted Cruz.
Hang on, wait, this is so funny. I'll refund my retarded money then. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. What am I gonna do without my $10?
It was... What a debacle. Anybody else feel the same way? If you haven't watched it, go watch it. Come back, tell me what you think, because I watched it twice and could not believe what I was seeing. Tucker, get a grip, dude. You were so rude, so condescending. It was disgusting. And you know what? And let's talk about Candace Owen, too.
Let's do that.
I used to like watching her, but she's gone completely crazy and downhill. What is happening with these people?
There's like a dying goose outside of my house right now. Jesus Christ. Sorry. I'm like a huge Whoa! Thank you so much for that. Yo, what the fuck? Let me call Chatter's retarded more. Thank you so much for the $100. Deuce Jaeger bomb. That was goated. God bless.
Yeah, just when you think you've got the right people on the right side, boom. Cuckoo. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm mind blown today over it.
I'm mind blown about just how unconvincing of a performance that was personally. A couple of things that I want to point out is that she got completely crushed in the comments. I mean, 99% of comments were like, are we watching the same thing? We can pull up just a couple of these here. Who paid you to post this video? Be honest. There's still time to delete this. Blind much? He exposed Ted fully. It's like, you're telling us now not to believe our own eyes. It's ridiculous. And so people just called her out and were like, literally, who is paying you? Another thing to point out is that she purports to be a fan of Candace Owen. She's no longer a fan of Candace Owen. What's happened to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen?
There's no way she's geeking about this lady forgetting the S in her. There's no way. Is she okay? I actually think that she's too online. Like, the way that she, like, do you think, she sounds so schizo. Like, do you think that there's, like, a huge psyop operation, like in the background, like, trying to get rid of the S in your name? like, trying to spread all of these. It sounds very schizo, the personalization that she's taking. Like, everything is personal. Oh, Candace Owen. Candace Owen. How dare you?
And by the way, she has made multiple videos calling me Candace Owen. Since there's another one, Trump on Israel, she writes, sorry, Candace Owen. You know, your narrative is not playing out.
Oh my God.
Okay, you have no idea who I am. Someone has sent you, perhaps, I'm surmising here, telling you to go after Candace Owen, and we have evidence of that. And we saw across the board that there was this random typo in my name, Candace Owen. So then I get a flurry of emails, okay, telling us that it's not just...
I'm not gonna lie, I think every time I write Luke Beasley's name, I forget the second E. Like, I'm pretty sure every time I write, and I'm a huge fan of the guy, I'm pretty sure I always jump to that one. Just saying. Not that I'm defending this dumbass, just saying.
Nadine. On Sunday, people went to church, whatever church it is that they attend, whatever denomination, and there were a flurry of pastors that preached to their congregation regarding the evils of, you guessed it, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Again, why are we in the same breath? Okay, let's check out this preacher. I've covered his face because I don't think it's relevant. I'm not trying to create an army of people to go after him. It's not what I believe in. I want to attack the substance of what he's saying on stage, not the individual. But here he is. He gets up on stage this past Sunday and he preaches about Candace, Tucker, and a couple of other political people. Take a listen.
Let me just say this. If some of us spent the same amount of time we did on Fox News as we do the Bible, there would be a revival in America today. If some of you listen to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and these guys are anti-Semitic.
I'm also paid by the Mossad, slowly spreading the propaganda, removing letters from the names. Why does she? Is this normal? Does she always blur the faces? That's strange.
I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to say it. They're anti-Semitic, and their rhetoric is dangerous.
And that's not it, by the way. Like, I was watching this sermon going, this is incredible. Listen to who else he mentioned later on.
We're going to have my friend Robert Stearns is going to come here. And he has a unique ministry that God is utilizing him to touch the Israeli people. He knows Netanyahu. He knows all these amazing people. And I met Mike Huckabee, an ambassador of Israel. Let me just say something about Mike Huckabee. He's the real deal.
Oh.
He's the real deal. He's a good man of God.
Listen, I am the last person that should judge anyone. I took a very liberal route to conservatism, a similarly liberal route to Catholicism, but I just hope that any person, speaking about just having spiritual discernment, that if you are sitting at your congregation and you are expecting to hear the word of God and how to apply it perhaps in your personal lives, and you are instead getting what sounds like it should be on Fox News, like someone is telling you Bibi Netanyahu.
How are people claiming that Iran has... it's so insane to live in a world where you have to like contest facts. Like, oh my god, I keep on thinking of this one clip where I'm not. Oh my god, wait, I watched the clips of Dean and I watched the Dean and Destiny convo yesterday, and not gonna lie, Dean was like really sleazy in that, with like how much he backslid on like the shit he was talking about Destiny. It was very strange. Considering that he was trying, it's not just like that he was talking shit, but like he has like this weird tendency to put himself on such a like moral superiority complex, like, oh yeah, because I was racist and because I condemn everyone that used to be, even everyone that is super racist now, like that just means that everyone can do it and everyone should be as woke and as enlightened as me. And I'm like, okay, like, good for you. I'm glad that you are like that, but obviously, like, don't make other people feel like shit if they're not. Anyways, all that to say, he came across like he was like, oh, I would never ever be associated with anyone that I saw that was as I'm also saying this because this is how he reacted with Harry Sisson as well, and that was such a non-situation that I knew there, that I like got the feeling that it had to do with something more like, I don't know, performative than like actually principled, because Harry Sisson wasn't even like sending anyone nudes or anything. He made it seem like he was so, I would never associate with anyone that could be anywhere near like defamatory or like aggressive or disrespectful or take advantage of any woman. Like I would never do that. I would never be anything like that. And then he did the same thing with Destiny of like, well, yeah, that we went to the dinner and I just, after seeing his behavior, just didn't want to associate, never did anything like that, like whatever. And then he gets on call with him. He's like, yeah, actually, I had a really good time at the dinner. It was actually really fun. And actually, the only thing that I don't like about you is that you say the N-word. Like, like, dude, what? And you didn't know that before, isn't that like? And I only know this from like what the lore was told to me, but then from my understanding, one of Destiny's huge like rage baity controversies. I was there for like the fireman one with the assassination. But he had one that was just him with the N-word. And for Dean to act like he didn't know that before eating dinner with him, for him to, like, find that out at the dinner, for him to, like, oh, okay, like, okay. It's just strange. I think all of this is also just so funny because, like, the first thing that I think of when I think of Dean is that's the fucking Starbucks thing. That's so funny. Like, that it came out that... or whatever with that he didn't want to be holding a Starbucks cup because of the boycott list, or he didn't realize that it was on the boycott list because of the Starbucks cup. Like I don't even care what happened with the logistics of that story. Okay, the fact that that was even a story that needed to be addressed is fucking insane and hysterical. Oh yeah, and like oh my god, the pizza. Why did he immediately hop on and like look at my pizza? I'm sitting here with my 3 pizzas. Like I'm sitting here with my 3 pizzas. My pizzas are gonna get cold. I have to go. I have to go eat my pizzas. Dog, eat the fucking pizza. Like oh my god, that was just really funny. Just really funny. It's just really funny. All love. I love Dean. Anyway, wait, I was going to find a clip of him being funny. That's where all of this started from. Yeah, it was like nasty looking pizza. It didn't even look like good pizza. I don't know where this guy's like based. I don't know where he lives, but this clip.
Of the United States on a daily basis, so move the fuck out. You're the one that hates on the Constitution.
Except I don't hate the Constitution.
Yeah, you do.
The original Constitution.
What does that mean?
The Constitution that was made to be unchanged.
The Constitution was not made to be unchanged, you ass. What's a constitutional amendment?
Please show me where that says.
What's a constitutional amendment? Oh, hey, bud, do you like your right to own guns?
Oh, gladly.
Oh, do you know that was from a change to the Constitution?
Please show me that, actually.
The Second Amendment. What is an amendment, Caleb? You're amending it. You're changing it. An amendment is definitionally a change.
The typing! What the fuck do you mean? Why would you ever need to fucking Google what an amendment is? Like, it's so crazy to me that these are like real people out there that have like the same vote as me. Like, not everyone should be able to vote. Sorry. It's either everyone is mandatory vote or not everyone is qualified to vote. We can't have it where it's optional and where these fucking retards are able to just go, like, it just can't be like that. It just can't be like that. And there's not enough normies out there to balance it out because all of the normies don't have the energy to go and vote. Mandatory voting or not, or qualified voting. There can be no in between.
Netanyahu is a great guy, and you know what's going on in Palestine. Like, you've seen the images, you see the kids, the starvation campaigns. He's literally being tried by his own government for corruption, and he's like, he's good.
Yo, you think you can riz me in another language and not get a timeout?
But then that Tucker Carlson, I'm just gonna come right out and say it. I mean, what church is this? Seriously, I might, if the money's there, everybody stay with me now. I've been overcome by the Holy Spirit. I'm just going to come right out and say it. I'm going to come right out and say, you need to go to CandaceOwens.com and give me money. And while you are there, purchase my book that is up for sale. It is Make Him a Sandwich. I'm going to come right out and say it because the Holy Spirit just came over me right now on the podcast, you guys. I'm just going to come right out and say it.
She's being so sarcastic, and I think it's so funny because there are real people like this. I grew up like this. This is like I used to be super Christian, right? My family's super Christian, and I used to get so sad when I went to church and everyone would be possessed by the Holy Spirit and I wouldn't get chosen to be possessed. Like, the Holy Spirit didn't want to possess me. But literally when they would get possessed, like, that's exactly how they would get possessed. Before just like spazzing out and falling to the ground, and then you cover them with a blanket until they like decide to get up or whatever.
Also, who's above me on the Spotify church? Joe Rogan. And I just want to say, damn that Joe Rogan. Do not listen to Joe Rogan's podcast. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. Come on. Like, we gotta be a little more switched on than this. At least I'm clear. I'm speaking about politics and I'm giving you my opinion. I'm not gonna dress this up in the word of God, okay? An absolute nonsense. And honestly, it's a little bit worse than a nonsense. I am not to sit in the chair of judgment, but I would be, shivers up my spine when I meet my maker if I was doing that for a living. That's all I'm gonna say. So we decided to prod further because now I'm like, okay, well, the one thing I can tell you about Candace Owens, she's not an anti-Semite, but she does love herself an investigation. Amen. Amen. Okay. So we decided to prod a little bit further, reach out to some of these congregants that were sending us clips. And so specifically about that guy, I said, like, is this a normal thing? Does he normally speak about Israel, Bibi Netanyahu? And they said, no, actually, he had just come back from a trip to Israel. We didn't know he was going to Israel. He came back from a trip to Israel, and suddenly he was telling us that we needed to donate to Israel. LOL, if you have a job, you donate to Israel, my friends. Trillions of tax dollars, weaponry, you're good, okay? But he said that they need to donate to Israel, and suddenly they're getting sermons about Bibi Netanyahu, and I'm like, what? I couldn't imagine my priest never, not once, I've been Catholic for a year and a half, never once has brought up a political person, ever in the homily. But okay, I'm like, now I'm getting what they're talking about because I know that these churches, these mega churches, otherwise, they can be sponsored on trips to, these, like, they're well taken care of. They go over on these overseas trips by these organizations that purport.
What the fuck is she even talking about? Like, I'm really trying to follow, and I'm not, obviously. I'm reading this, but it's just such nonsense.
There was a lot of being handed.
Her thoughts aren't connected to each other, and she's just saying like a bunch of separate like ideas, and like, isn't it weird? Isn't it weird? Isn't it like that's just what all of this sounds like?
Script, and this young woman said to me, "Look, I'm a broke college student. I don't really care one way or the other." And that is what stood out to me, is that there were so many videos from people who don't speak about politics, trying to make us believe that they're watching Iranian state news. And again, attaching Tucker and Candace together, which makes no sense. We don't work together. I support Tucker, and like everyone else in the world, I covered that interview because it was astounding, and it was, I think, will be reflected upon as a moment of cultural zeitgeist in America. Like, I really do believe that people woke up. Like, he smacked people into an awakening, and now he's paying a heavy price, and for whatever reason I am as well. Because you can't stand up to these people. You can't stand up against the war machine. They have a machine in the background. So I wanted to show you guys this because first and foremost, I think this will only further get people who are members of these churches to ask questions about whether or not you are a part of a congregation that is truly trying to get you to understand what your role is as a Christian in today's society and speaking to you about the Word of God, or if you are actually being a part of a political institution. Because that's what Zionism is. It's a political ideology. Right? So to be a Zionist means that you have subscribed to a political ideology, and perhaps one that is masquerading as some sort of a religion. And I very much believe that, and I hope that this wakes you up. And yeah, I'm sorry that Shlomo is leaning into every bad stereotype here, but I want to let you guys know that this investigation is open. So if you want to send us more information, as you can see, we are revealing no names.
Why is she acting like she's doing... Oh my god. That's actually disgusting. I didn't realize that she did... Wow, she does the blatant propaganda, and she pretends like she's doing investigative journalism. This is an ongoing investigation. Feel free to send us tips. We maintain anonymous sources. Bitch. What is she investigating?
And I openly have offered to pay for this information. So these individuals that just gave me this information, I'm going to pay them for it because I think it's more important for Americans.
What? There's no fuck. I'm spreading propaganda. I'm saying it's an investigation. And by the way, if you send me bullshit, I'll pay you for it. Oh my god! You know what? Whoever sends me evidence that Candace Owens has a satanic sex trafficking ring, I will give money to. It doesn't have to be substantiated at all. It's just in an open investigation. We're doing some hard-hitting journalism here. I've gotten it on good authority from the Mossad. I mean, like, she's, yeah. Jesus Christ, like, what the f- That can't be, is that, hang on, now I'm actually really curious. What do whistleblower, that can't be, is that under whistleblower percent? What does freedom of the press? No. What? Are there legal repercussions for paying a, okay, as a journalist, for paying a source for information, use legal case, obviously it's gonna be prior, but whatever. It's kind of dumb of me. Ah, I lost my mouse. Which computer did it go to? Oh, okay. Prior legal cases. That's it. What? Yeah. Okay. Like, it can't be ethical, but like, is it illegal? It's not illegal. Okay. Checkbook journalism. Reporters paying a former employee of a major company for a scoop. Okay, but this isn't current events. Like, you can't... these are, like, such different categories of reporting. Like, okay, if you have, like, a fucking plug on the fucking, like, the 49ers, if you have a boy that can get you in there and knows, like, the scoop on who they just picked for whatever, like, and you pay them for it, that's so different than, like, talking about a current ongoing fucking war and offering information to whoever can, like, what... There's no way. Like, there's no way. Treating sources as a freelancer, but this is if it's like an ongoing source. This isn't for like someone who randomly emailed you and was like, hey, I saw this going on, like, and that makes it substantiated fact. Like, ask it to create a genuine claim that you have information regarding people taking letters off her name. I'm dead. Yo, you don't understand the chat. They email her the evidence and she doesn't reply to it, so she doesn't have to pay for it. True!
To wake up, to understand how desperate and, in part, demonic this is.
Hey, what's going on with this guy?
We're coming into the...
I don't like any Republicans. I don't trust any Republicans right now. That's not partisan. That's just... that's the fact that they let this happen to their party. I also don't really like Democrats at the moment, but they are so much fucking better, like 100,000%. But I also am upset that they let this happen to the country. But this is like next level for Republicans because they actually don't even have like even like a semblance of cartilage in their spines. Like they just like sat down, took it, asked for more, spread their cheeks. Like but this guy seems like he's fighting a lot. I haven't seen any. I really don't know what he's been doing.
Appalachia, and he got a master's degree at MIT before he got into politics. He's a member of the Republican Party, but he's a bit of
7,777 is a fan of this dude. Fuck, that means I hate him. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
a rogue guy. He does things his own way, and I'm fortunate today to spend time with Congressman Thomas Massie. Yeah, you seem like a little bit of like an outsider, I think, like, or, you know, like a black sheep or like a maverick. I feel like people say, if they talk about a maverick, then they say Thomas Massie, you know. How much money do you save by living the way that you do, like off-grid?
You know, I don't think I've saved a dime. It costs a lot to do it. You can save money by heating your house with wood, which I do. But if you start counting the how much you're paying yourself when you chop that wood, it's probably about $3 an hour.
Right.
And I could go work at Dollar General and make more money than I do when I save money heating my house with wood. So if I were completely, you know, poor, I could keep living, but to set all that up took a large investment. It'll probably pay off by the time I die.
So you just want to end the book with even books.
Zero, yeah.
Yeah.
Just clear the tab when I leave the bar.
No debt.
No debt. Yeah.
Yeah, because you always wonder, like, okay, I want to live off the grid. But there's a real cost to it. But a lot of that cost is sweat equity. Do you feel like?
Yeah, it's sweat equity, and it'll pay back. Unlike what we're doing in D.C. I mean, if we were borrowing money in D.C. to fund the future, I could be for borrowing money. The problem is up there, it's not like on my farm where you invest in fences and you invest in livestock. In D.C., we're just pissing away the money and living on basically our seed corn. We are taking what should be saved for the next generation and spending it now.
Is that how you feel?
Yeah, we're robbing the next generation, but it's got so bad, we're robbing ourselves 5 years from now.
Right. It's getting that close.
Yeah.
I've heard you talk about, are you talking about the national debt overall? Yeah. Okay, I've heard you talk a lot about it, and I see you got your...
This is my debt badge. It shows I've got 3 levels of brightness, so if you wear it to the movies, you can tone it down and not blind your date. But, okay, so I got on the brightest level there. Hopefully your camera can see it.
Yeah.
I wear this every second I'm in the House of Representatives. I wear it in hearings. I wear it in elevators with Democrats. They think it's how many steps I've taken. But I built this using my electrical engineering degree. I came up with this idea, and I built it. It's got Wi-Fi. Once a day, it connects to the treasury.gov and calibrates to the penny. So it's the most accurate debt representation that you can have. In fact,
holy shit,
it's
dude.
let me make sure.
You're like Mark Zucker Twain.
This is I brought you one as a gift, Theo. Yeah, brother. So
oh hell yeah, dude.
You can just stare at the numbers, just spinning all day long. It just clips onto your pocket
But
there.
what kind of woman am I going to meet wearing this though?
Oh man, I don't know what kind you've been meeting, but you've really upped your game.
What is the, what? What did he just? It's just like a little pin. It's cute.
With that thing.
You think?
Yeah.
They're gonna think I am way broke.
I had a female congressman staring at my chest the other day, and I had to tell her my eyes were up here. And then she asked if I would make a belt buckle out of it.
Oh damn, brother. Yeah, people want it all nowadays. People just want to see your damn wiener if they can for free. Sometimes I'm like, get away from me. But let's talk about the national debt. Actually, because can you explain it to me? A lot of people don't even understand the national debt. We hear about it. What is the amount right now, too?
Well, we don't even really know. I mean, this is the regime number, the one that Treasury publishes. It's 36.2 trillion.
Oh, I missed that.
Roughly
$1 trillion.
Okay. Yeah. Now you see this one online. It's not that accurate. Like it's off by a few hundred billion. We were shipping these debt clocks. I don't make them, but my son-in-law makes them and sells them. And he had somebody go online and find this debt counter and say, "Oh, you sold me a faulty debt badge." And he's like, "No, ours calibrates with Treasury every day."
It's so sad that we can't even get even our debt clock doesn't even. It's like at least invest in the fucking clock that shows the debt, right?
Well, what they might be trying to do there online is anticipate when we lift the debt limit. Like right now we've hit the debt limit, so it's stuck at $36.2 trillion. Every day they sort of reset the number until Congress raises the debt limit. Now you say, how do they do that? Well, they start selling off the postal workers pension fund. They take the money that's been saved up to pay your postman his retirement, and they use that to fund other parts of the government. They can only do that for a few months, and that's what we've been doing for the first 6 months.
That is so heartbreaking. Do you guys know that you should tip your postman? That, when I first heard of that, it actually sounded like the most white privileged rich fucking, like, you tip your postman. You just leave money in your mailbox for your postman. Knowing more about the world, anyone that can afford to tip their postman should 100,000% be leaving tips for their postman.
Months of this presidency, and pretty soon we're going to run out of all those extra things we can spend
that we're leveraging, basically.
Yeah, we're leveraging all that, and they're going to have to pay it all back. So we're really probably are closer to 36.6 or 36.8 trillion.
But is that a common practice, like leveraging like pensions or I don't want to say like Medicaid and Medicare? They're not leveraging that, right?
Oh, anything they can get their hands on, they liquidate it, and they spend it, for instance, to buy bombs and send them overseas. That all that deficit spending right now is not funded by Treasury bonds. That all the new deficit spending is funded by the trust funds that have been established that might have money in them.
Okay, I'm a little confused on that.
Well, it's like it's like this, Theo. Let's say you saved up for your kids' college.
Okay,
they've been going to college, and you got enough to pay the next semester of college, but your credit card comes in. And your credit card gets canceled. So instead of renewing your credit card, you just spend your kids' next tranche of tuition or something. But you got to find that money before the next semester comes back, or else they get kicked out of school.
Okay, and so how do we find that money? Like, because obviously we repeatedly.
Well, Congress is going to pass a law here in the next few weeks, and they're just going to say, "Oh, well, there's no debt limit. It's now $5 trillion higher than what we said."
They move the limit up.
They move the limit up. They get a new credit card. They go out. They start borrowing new money to pay off the money they borrowed, and it's a vicious cycle.
Got it. And it's obviously a cycle that we've been in for a long time. I think to the point where like the.
It's just really, really upsetting to see conversations that should have been happening like 3-4 years ago happening now when it's already far too late for anyone to do anything about it. I think if we were having conversations informing people on how the debt actually fucking works, maybe people would have been more able to recognize that it was Donald Trump who got us into this position with his insane overspending, and not Joe Biden with getting us out of COVID with his injection of money. Like, why now? Why now?
National debt doesn't even make sense to people, right? It's like, here's my question is, who do we owe the money to?
Some of it is owed to institutional investors, like the big banks in the United States.
Like, who do we own the money to? I think that the majority of people should know who our debt is to, because a lot of people think that it's to majority other countries, which is not true. I think only like 30% or something of our debt is to other countries. A lot of people, I don't even know, but most of our debt is to ourselves. It's literally just us just buying our own fucking shit.
Some of it is owed to sovereign wealth funds like China, Japan, other countries that buy our debt for us. And here's the problem. Right now, they're telling us we don't want to buy your debt at 2% or 3% or 4%. We want at least 5% return. And so everybody thinks the Federal Reserve is setting interest rates. You know, there's all this discussion. Will the Fed raise the rate? Will the Fed lower the rate? The reality right now is the Fed can't do much, because if they lower the rate to, let's say, 4%, and try to tell people to buy our debt at 4%, the people who normally buy our debt, those foreign countries and those institutional investors, are saying, you're not a good investment at 4%. We want 5%. And that's a big problem, because just to put it in perspective, you know, let's round this number. If it were $30 trillion and we were paying 5%, that is $16,000 per family. I've already done the math. I'm not doing all that in my head right now, but it's $16,000 per family of interest that we are paying.
Got it.
So when you pay your taxes for your family, the first $16,000 goes to nothing except.
Do I have my fucking Jupiter? No. Oh my god. Do I have this on GoodNotes? I made these box whisker plots like forever ago. Comparing, oh my god, I do! Oh, this is so goated. I made these box whisker plots comparing fuck, I need to download Jupyter Notebook on my computer again so I can do this shit again. I like doing data analysis stuff. It's just really tedious and time consuming, but I really enjoy like looking through it and like what's it called, like cleaning shit up and like doing data sets, and like it's so satisfying to like code something in data, because I can't code anything in code, and then it like works and it functions. Hang on. Let's see how I can get this up here. There's actually a goated app. If this works. I don't know. Oh? Ah! Goated! Oh. That was the music I was listening to. Don't know why that happened. That was rude. I want to listen to my speaker. Okay. How cool is this? It's an iPad. This is literally my iPad. Ah, this is so cool! Having so much fun. Look, I made these comparisons for how Democratic and Republican economies do. This is what a box whisker plot is. For those who don't know, fuck. I haven't looked at this in a minute. Okay, this is the range from like the minimum. Like this is the range. Okay, so how do I just want to tap on it? Yeah, this is the minimum from over here to over here. Okay. And then this median range, right? 25% of your data goes over here, so it's like spread out over here. That means it's skewed. Then this is pretty squished over here, 25%, 25%. That means it's more condensed and more frequent, okay? This is the GDP of Republicans as compared to GDP from Democrats. Look at the difference in the fucking medians! It doesn't even go on the same fucking scale. Like, this one stops at 400, and then this one stops at 400, and this one is literally off the fucking scale. And then when you put it on the same scale, this is the Republican one, and this is the Democratic one. So, like, on average, not just on average is the majority of Democratic GDP... Sorry, not just the median of Democratic GDP is higher up here, which means that since this is more concentrated, this means that you're more likely to get like data sets in this region, right? That's what that means. This is what this means for the Republicans. It means since this is more concentrated, this is 50% of Republican fucking terms is GDP within here. Like, that's dog shit. And yeah, 50% of Democratic terms is GDP within here, sure. But come on, like that's a way better fucking spread. That's a way better skew. Okay, and then I did the same thing with job growth and unemployment and inflation, and like these were the data charts. But like I need to have these like at the ready to go through people, to like show people how fucking unsubstantiated any of these fucking talking points that Republicans are good with the economy, that they're fiscally conservative, they know what the fuck they're doing. It's all bullshit. All of these graphs, I just picked 4. This is just GDP, job growth, unemployment, and inflation. But all of these are in favor of the Democrats. Look at inflation. It's also skewed down over here. You have outliers over here, fine. This is also skewed over here. If you look at the scatter plot, like, inflation is just so much, like the blue dots are just so much more reliably lower. Like, that's the thing. Democrats are fucking reliable. Like, maybe not not perfect about everything, but at least they're consistent. Look at how fucking willy-nilly Republicans are with literally everything. Like, oh my god. It's just crazy. This one is pretty spread out for both of them. But, like, whatever. It's just... insane. So much more job growth. This is consistently in the positive. The Republicans literally have it in the fucking negative half the time. Oh my god, like I don't know how we let them get away with these fucking propaganda talking points for so long. Like I don't know how we let this shit slide. Sorry, that was a fun little rant. Okay. Looking at condos to buy here soon. I thought about how Powell is having to be replaced here soon. Trump is assumed at him, so it'd probably be... Strat now is to wait out time till Fed Reserve is replaced so we can get lower rates. Yeah, that's the strat with everyone. My mom works in real estate, and she's definitely understanding that it is a buyer's market right now. That means that buyers can take their pick of whatever the hell they want, whatever prices they can negotiate. because there's such a lack of buyers that you just want to get the house sold as soon as possible, because the longer it sits on the market, the like it just, as soon as a list, I think, I don't know if it's the same for every state, but in New York State, like your listings for like real estate listings, you have to renew the listing every 30 days to like prove that you're still selling the house. And like once you renew it after those 30 days, like it automatically shows up on every single fucking record that you couldn't sell this house like the first time that you had to show it. And now buyers will know, like, oh, well, why couldn't you sell the house before? There's something wrong with it because no one wants it. So I'm gonna offer you $50,000 below asking. Like, okay, shit, fuck, damn, okay. Not that dramatic, but you know what I mean. I don't think data will change people's mind. Most vote based on vibes, not facts. People vote based off of vibes, but we, like, okay. The vibes that are being put out about democratic policy on the economy are only vibes that are being put out by Republicans talking about socialist, Marxist fucking policies. The vibes are not being put out by Democrats that we are fucking baller on the economy and so consistently good at, like, getting jobs and so consistently good at raising GDP that it goes off the fucking chart as compared to Republicans. Like, they don't, like, that, no one's talking like that, and no one has ever talked like that. It's always been Democrats are good for social issues and Republicans are good for economic ones, and which ones do you value most? Like, it's always been, like, like when you're young you're a liberal because you have a heart, and then when you're old you're conservative because you have a brain. Like, that's always been the fucking stereotype. For what reason? No fucking clue, because it makes no sense, because Republicans are the only ones that are perpetuating it. No Democrat is taking a stand. As fuck. Anyways, oh my god, we need more economic oh my god, I just remember that Mamdani won the New York City race. Oh my god, we need more economically illiterate fucking Democrats. Jesus Christ.
Except for the interest that's paid to those foreign countries and to the big bankers.
But so we're never going to defeat this number.
You know, we might get in a situation like Puerto Rico got into a few years ago, where the people said, we're just not loaning you anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I've been thinking about the vibe stuff recently. You can ship the vibes with data, go back to shaming retards with data, and make politicians feel non-vibey. I think that we need to shame people for not knowing things. And we also, at the same time, need to make it okay for people to not know things. How do you do that? It's okay for me to not know what the fuck nuclear war is. I don't know what constitutes a nuclear, like hot zone. I don't know what information wouldn't like constitute a preemptive strike on a nuclear facility. I'm fucking 19. I wouldn't even pretend to try and understand all of the foreign diplomacy shit that goes on behind that. And that's okay. I'm not going around pretending to. I can still look at it and say, oh look, it's so cool that, sorry, not cool, wrong word, but like, I can still look at the situation and say, like, objectively, this is what's going on. Like, these attacks are happening and these operations are being conducted and this is what's being prepared and like this is what's occurring. It's so bonkers to me that people feel the need to qualify every single fucking thought that they have with like, oh yeah, but because I'm like, I know exactly what's right about everything. Like, I know my more, like, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be stupid. It's okay to not know things. And it's okay to learn new information and change your mind. If you're constantly, and I'm talking about like political pundits, like, not Theo Vaughn, but like Tucker, like Candace Owens, it's like, yeah, I know exactly everything about everything, and given the information, this is the only possible conclusion that you could ever draw. Like, that's it. It's period, blank, the end. And it's like first of all, it's okay to not know what you're talking about and for you to have to be silent on it, for you to be aware of it. Then also, how the fuck are you comfortable with that? Why are you okay with that? Why are you not embarrassed? You don't feel embarrassed that you're talking literally out your fucking ass right now? Like, you should feel shame. Like, you should feel immense shame, and you should be so embarrassed, and you should, like... I went to a high school where it was, like, super cool to be smart, and it just doesn't, it just really doesn't make sense to me how most of the world doesn't operate that way. And it's a really toxic environment to be in when you're in high school, but it makes a lot of sense. Why are you here if you're not... like, what? Why are you here if you're not going to take advantage of, if you're not going to get good grades, if you're not going to go to a good school, if you're not going to go, like, what? Then why are you even bothering? Then what? Like, I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. Like, I think we need to shame people so much more. And yeah, that was the end of that.
And you know what happens that day? It's actually kind of it'll be scary for a lot of people. For me, it would be a good day because that's the day we have to balance the budget.
Yeah, it should, like, Kristi Noem not knowing what habeas corpus is fucking insane. Pete Hegseth not knowing any country that's part of ASEAN is fucking insane. That is not okay. Like, it should not be normal, expected, allowed for, like, the greatest country in the world with access to an unlimited supply of fucking brains, of information, in an age of AI. You know, this administration is already using AI. Why are you using it better? Like, are you that retarded you don't even know how to use AI properly? Like, I've thought about, like, what, I've asked this to people before too, like, in politics, but, like, if you could do one permanent thing that no president could ever undo, that, like, just one singular change that would fundamentally change, or, like, what do you think would have the most impactful change? One singular thing that you would change in American politics that would be so monumentally impactful that, like, it would basically fix the system. Okay, my proposition would be intensely more rigorous qualification process for any government official or for any public office holder. I don't know if that would come in the form of, like, a psych eval to make sure that you are not fucking a malignant narcissist, or if that would come in the form of doing, like, a mandatory course on, like, how to prepare to do your job, like, doing some type of fucking, like qualification process and, like vocational apprenticeship prior to getting into office, where you, like, understand, like, the different levels of the, like, I don't know how logistically that would be carried out, but, like, hearing, what's his face? Hearing this guy during Pete Hegseth's, defense hearing is just so like, this is everything that is, like, genuinely everything that is wrong with American politics, because I can see a world where we have a really corrupt system, but there are good people that are in it that make sure that it doesn't get taken advantage of and that are able to, like, put, like, certain checks in place. But if you have a really rock solid fucking system and you have corrupt people in there that are determined to make a shit show out of it, like, they're gonna be successful. So the only way to prevent that is by making sure that you don't have people that are able to make a shit show out of it.
Accountability. I wonder who was held accountable for the disastrous withdrawal out of Afghanistan, where 13 soldiers died and we left thousands of Americans behind underneath Secretary Austin's lead. Did one person?
Wait, no, this isn't. He did it again.
And
except for former governors, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Mullen, I understand you are yielding back your time and do not wish to ask questions. I was misinformed. Senator Mullen,
okay.
That's right.
Caught me totally off guard there. I'd like to submit for the record signatures by 32 members of the House of Representatives who are veterans The signatures call on the Senate to honor the constitutional duty of advise and consent by conducting, and yet your qualifications, the other side of the aisle, be talking about him.
In command.
Yeah, but I'm just making a point because there's a lot about qualifications, and I think it's so hypocritical of senators, especially on the other side of the aisle, be talking about his qualifications, not being able to lead the secretary or be the Secretary of Defense, and yet your qualifications aren't any better. You guys aren't any more qualified to be the senator than I'm qualified to be the senator, except we're lucky enough to be here. But let me read you what the qualifications of the Secretary of Defense is, because I Googled it, and went through a lot of different sites, and really it's hard to see. But in general, the U.S. Secretary of Defense position is filled by a civilian. That's it. If you have served in the U.S. Army Forces and have been in the service for, you have to be retired.
Like, do you know how fucked up that is? Do you think that the majority of Americans, if you ask them, like, what do you think should qualify you to serve in the U.S. Senate? Like, they would say reasonable expectations. Like, you should be involved in your community. You should have good leadership skills. You should be compassionate. You should be responsible and have knowledge on public policy. You should be diplomatic and like. Do you think any normal, reasonable person would genuinely sit there and say, no, yeah, just as long as they're a civilian? It's just like so fucking brain, like, so fucking brain dead. And it sounds bad, but I really do think that, like, the people are the problem. I really do think that if you just got the people to be better, and if you had an incentive structure that didn't promote lying and selling yourself out for fealty to the God King, and that promoted like truth and like public policy and like actual results and like pragmatism, I think that would like be better tremendously.
When people say we're not going to loan you any more money, you're not a good investment, we don't trust that you'll pay it back, that is the day that you can only spend as much money as you take in on any given week.
And are a lot of people in Congress aware of this and like battling it, or it almost seems like we don't even hear about, like, it seems like it's one of those things you hear about during the election cycle and that's about it, you know? Like, we're going to balance the budget, and it never happened. No one ever balances the budget. Like, do you think anyone, either one of these parties, even want to balance the budget?
No, they're not serious about it. It's why I built the debt badge, to like shove it in their face every day, and they're still not concerned about it. I mean, they're a little bit concerned, but as long as they can get reelected, they're not that concerned.
Right.
And I don't blame them for all of it. I blame the American people.
Wait, what question grilling? I know, I need to stop like clicking my notifications. It's just text from my friends. It's also just fucking it's also just sarcastic and stupid, so.
Who keep reelecting people because they tell them you can have these things and it won't cost anything. So I hear people talk about like mass deportations, and there's 100 billion to DHS and 50 billion to DOJ to do mass deportations. Well, we know it doesn't cost that. Whatever Trump has intended to do.
Isn't this a talking point? This isn't true, right? The last time the last time the budget was balanced was not under Bill Clinton. I don't think the budget has been balanced for like a while. I don't think that's true. Hang on. What would I even look up? Why did my music stop? Hey Google, play some music. If you ever want to annoy someone that you don't like, you should sign them up for the New York State blood drive phone call list. Because I shit you not, these people do not leave me alone. I can't even donate my blood because I got a piercing within the last 6 months. So fuck you, get off my call list. Is it 6 months or 4 months? Maybe I can donate blood. Three months? Fuck. Okay, so I should donate blood. Damn it. Okay. Should make that appointment. Alright. I've been really fucking with, sorry. I've been really fucking with, like, this triple setup. Like, having, like, three little... Because this whole thing is like is on a TV for me. Like, this is a really big screen. And I'm not gonna lie, it's probably fucking up my eyeballs being this close to it. But that is my second monitor. So I have, like, my Mac that's like extended to it. But it's so big that, like, this is more than enough room for me to look at. And it's so much better than looking at it, like, widespread across. I don't have to move my eyes or my head a lot. Is this true? I feel like this wasn't true. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm the one that listened to talking points, because I feel like people say it a lot, but it's not actually, like, substantiated. I don't know. Maybe I'm lying. Yo, this cat is so needy. Sorry.
Do it's not going to cost $150 billion, but people say I don't care what it costs, and the reason they say I don't care what it costs is they don't.
I'm actually gonna use the restroom. I'm so sorry. I'll be back.
think they're paying it.
Yeah.
They don't care what anything costs. They don't care what war in the Middle East costs because they don't see that they're paying it.
Well, it's all gotten so confusing. And when you start with communication with people, even on a financial front, of this Hogwartsian number, right?
Yes, yeah.
When you start, because we all learn basic math in school.
Yeah.
Some of us learn algebra. Some of us go on to learn some higher maths, right? But when you're starting with this, the regular person doesn't know where to begin. You feel literally like numerically defeated out of the gate, right? The average person, because it's like it's impossible. So this sets everything up with impossibility, right? So I think that's why we've gotten so far. We've gotten 2 generations now into complete impossibility of numerical reality when it comes to even having some of the discussions. I think. Does that make any sense?
No, that makes sense. It's virtual reality.
Right.
The last 5 digits on this deck counter, they change about $80,000 a second. That's like a Cybertruck being launched into the ocean every second. Like boom, 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 boom. That's how much debt we're taking on.
Well, I hope the new model looks a little bit different. I have a Cybertruck, and the
Let's
model,
put my camper in it.
Oh, I don't know if we can fit it in there.
I don't think so. That's why I have an F-250.
Dude, yeah, I think I need to get something that I want something that it feels like you'll burn to death when you hit something. You know what I'm saying? That's what I like about something that's got some real fuel in it. But this thing definitely.
Oh, there's one with a camper.
But I think the newer ones will have better camper abilities. There's no way to get out of the inside like through the back window right now. Yeah. And it kind of feels like you just work for Lowe's, but you never drop off what you're delivering. You always like, where does this go? Like how much meat's in here? It just has that very Whirlpool or Frigidaire kind of energy. But it does go very fast. You almost feel like you could beat an email somewhere. Like that bitch is fast, dude. Let's talk. Since we're talking about debt, let's talk a little bit about the big beautiful bill, right?
Yeah.
And you oppose it.
Yeah.
Right. And there's reasons that I've learned recently that I oppose it. I don't know a ton of them, but I know some of my reasons, but I don't know everything that's in the bill. Why are you against it? Because it's not going to help our debt.
No. That's the first big lie that's told about the big beautiful bill. You can finagle the numbers. Mm-hmm. The big beautiful bill looks at a 10-year spending window, okay? And what it does is in the next 5 years, it's going to add to the deficit. Like nobody disputes that. Even the number crunchers that work for the president know that's going to happen. What they're claiming is 5 years from now, it will start to break even and reduce the deficit. The problem is the people I serve with, a lot of them aren't going to be there 5 years from now.
Right.
The President Trump's not going to be there 5 years from now. This big, beautiful bill doesn't force people 5 years from now to do that. It suggests that they should do that, and it will do that unless somebody does something different. But they're going to do something different 5 years from now. We'll get to that point, and they'll say, oh, my gosh, that Congress 5 years ago set up a fiscal cliff. We're going to be hit with tax increases on seniors. We're going to be hit with tax on tips. We're going to be hit with tax on overtime. Oh my gosh, the military's not going to get as much money as it got last year. We got to do something about this. And so what they'll do is they'll cut taxes again and they'll increase spending again. And this deficit will never go down. And I'm not even talking about the debt. The deficit is how much you add to the debt every year. It's about $2 trillion. It's going to be above $2 trillion next year. And for as far as the eye can see.
But I got to talk with J.D. Vance a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about, but that a lot of what's happening now is still because of the last party that was in.
Yeah, and a lot of it's still because of what Trump did when he was in last time. So
I'm just wondering how far it's tough to as a regular person, it's tough to correlate how far up or downstream you are from who was actually responsible for whatever's occurring. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but in 2020 we had COVID hit, and they put a $2 trillion spending bill on the floor, and I was the only one who would oppose it. I said, this is going to cause, and Trump was president and Pelosi was speaker, but they were working together. I said, this is going to cause massive inflation. You're going to have shortages in the stores, and this is going to last for years. And the inflation, once it happens, the prices will never go back down. And that's exactly what happened. They said, Congressman Massey, the president's chief of staff at the time told me, he said, it was Mark Meadows, who's a friend of mine. We both worked together in Congress. He said, the reason this is $2 trillion is so we don't have to pass another one of these. It's just going to be painful once. Well, guess what? By the time December rolled around under Trump, we passed another one of these stimulus packages that was over $1 trillion. And don't forget, people got a $1,200 check the first time, and they got a $600 check the second time. I told folks that's the cheese in the trap. That most of that $1,200 check, you multiply that times the number of families in the United States, it wasn't 5% of the spending in that bill. Most of that money went to corporations and banks eventually.
Yeah.
And so everybody's responsible for it. Everybody wants to point to the other party for it. But, it's, I don't want to upset too many people who like wrestling, but it's like the WWF, okay?
Oh, it's felt like this for years. I think everything is turning into to the WWE. Everything. It's all like optics and the way things are shot, and this is out there, and this is what you believe. It's like interviews that are just to get the hype, and then they off stage, they're all in the in the locker room, rubbing GHB on each other's backs and stuff like that, and gramming out.
Let me tell you something that probably will shock your listeners, whether they're Republican or Democrat. Mike Johnson, since he's been the speaker, and he's only been the speaker for less than 2 years, has put 183 Democrat bills on the floor and passed them. What did he trade for that? Like, I thought we were breaking chairs over top of the Democrats' heads in the back room. No, that's not what's happening.
Is that true?
Yeah.
How do I look that up?
Go to congress.gov.
Mike Johnson's out of Shreveport.
Yep. He's the Speaker of the House.
Oh, yeah.
But you can see, like, if you, I'm not sure how you look it up here at congress.gov, but if you spend enough time here and look at every bill that's passed since he's been Speaker, and I'm not talking about the special bills that reassign committee members. I'm talking about bills that do something. 183 Democrat-sponsored bills. And you might say, Theo, well, the Democrats have good ideas, okay? We should put their bills on the floor. Well, if I had a good idea, what Speaker Johnson would do would take that bill from me, put somebody else's name on it, and put it on the floor. Like, if there's something that needs to get done, why would you let a Democrat get credit for it if you're in this mortal combat with the other party?
But has he made a lot of Republican bills pass too?
Yeah, but there's been way more Republican bills than Democrat bills. But why has he even passed one Democrat bill?
Well, I think, don't you want to work with the other team? And it's like, isn't there diplomacy and everything? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to, there's a give and take to everything, I feel like.
We got the majority. Like, why are we putting their bills on the floor? Why would we go in that direction? I understand in the Senate you need 60 votes, so you got to have a Democrat.
But some of their bills are good, right?
If Thomas Massey has a good bill, they'll put another Republican's name on it and pass it.
But I can't understand what you're saying here. I guess I'm a little bit confused. Are you saying that Mr. Johnson, who is he's the Speaker of the House, that because bills get brought to him, he puts them on the floor, right? He's the one who's like, okay, let's put this on the floor and take it to a vote, right? And you're saying that he's done that with more Democratic-led bills than Republican-led bills?
No, he's done it with 183 Democratic bills. There's probably been several hundred Republican bills. My question, though, is why would you put one on if you're engaged in this kind of mortal combat for the soul of the country, and he acts like that? It's because people aren't paying attention to what's going on there.
Oh, I agree that I think people aren't paying attention. I think it's all so confusing, I think, to the regular person.
It is.
That it feels like... It feels like the ship sailed long ago from us being at the dock looking each other in the eyes with some sense of hope.
Congress is this big, giant black box, and people can't see what's going on inside of that black box. They know they're electing their congressmen and 2 of their senators and the president, and they're sending them to Washington, D.C., and then they don't understand what comes out of that box. I've been in that box for 12 years.
Okay.
And I think that's sort of what my role has evolved to, which is to just try to tell people what's going on inside of the box, so that they can do a better job of picking congressmen and senators.
That's what I always think. I'm like, if somebody would just get elected, just to get in there and tell us we don't even fucking, no, we'll buy you a Volvo or whatever. Fucking, you know what I'm saying? We'll give you some Taiwan Semiconductor shares, but just tell us what's happening in there. Somebody fucking look in there and just throw a note out and be like, hey, this is what's really going on. And now the problem we start to get into is there's so much pandering and everything, and so much social media used to try and disguise who the messenger is. It really turns into a game, and I think that is one thing that's the only joy of it, is watching the masters of this just Game of Thrones type of energy go on. But
the biggest, I'll tell you right now, this would be 50% of solving the problem. If it's not a silver bullet, but it's a lot of it. Get rid of the giant bills. Okay.
Go back 2.5 minutes in. Why is this music so loud now? Was it this loud before? Hey Google, set the music to 2. Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. What is even being spoken about right now?
Gotta really hope nobody was in that building. This is again just southwest of Gary. If you are in Gary, exactly what we did not want to happen. You can see them. I think so. Just storming our media as well. This is awfully close to that house. It's
Yo,
hard to tell
Trump
if the
did
house
this
took a hit
too?
from this perspective. It is
What
very
the
close
fuck?
to it.
Someone needs to stop this man immediately. Jesus Christ. Wizard of Oz type shit. I didn't realize Donald Trump was also the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm just kidding.
This is Tornado Pagey's view. My goodness.
I did, there's a course at Boulder for informatics and like data science, and one of the craziest, like most data intensive, like information system type shit to exist in America is like the weather. It's like just like the weather service. Fuck, I don't even know what I would look up, but like we did an entire it's like an entire like the weather, we use the weather unit as like our databases for everything. Like you know how like when you code in Python, there's like those like basic data sets, like what is it, like like you have to do like the Seymour, like you get like a Titanic one or like a car one, like they have like those preloaded data sets, right? So basically our main one, the only one that we used was like all of like the weather shit. Obviously I didn't learn very much in that class if I'm not able to articulate any of these thoughts as coherently as I think I am. But it's actually insane how much different like technology goes into tracking tornadoes and like tracking these like meteorological events prior, and the fact that Donald Trump like completely is like defunding all of this shit and is like gutting all of them is crazy. That's what I mean by Donald Trump did this too. Obviously Donald Trump didn't cause this tornado, but I know Donald Trump is cutting this.
Exactly what I've done.
There's nothing that I've seen that suggests that we didn't hit exactly what we wanted to hit in those locations.
That's not the question, though. It's about highly enriched uranium. Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance? Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium?
Did you guys see those pictures? Fuck, my camera died. Hang on, I'll replace it. 1 second. Oh, will I replace it? Maybe I won't. Where'd I put my phone? Oh. Suspicious. Fuck, did I leave it upstairs? Damn it. Is there no way for you to plug in your camera as you stream? No. It is plugged in. I stream by having it plugged in. Like, it's USB streaming, but it doesn't, like, it can't charge while also streaming via, USB. Now, I'm in a little bit of an awkward predicament because this second, actually, let me just go get my phone upstairs. Fuck. Because the second camera, like, if I were to sync it to this Mac camera, it wouldn't show me, like, at all. Because of the way that I have this OBS camera set up. Anyways. Whatever.
Omnibus bills, the continuing resolutions, and even the big beautiful bill. Why not put that shit on the floor one at a time?
I agree.
And then that.
Oh, wait, hang on. What was I even talking about? Oh, this. The fucking, the trucks outside of Fordo. Hang on. What day did this happen? Iran Institute. Fuck. I want to say it was over here. I think it was this. Oh, I want to say it was this day. What day did they start talking about the B-2 bombers? I want to say it was here. Fuck. Is it this? The 15th. Lame. Whatever.
Uranium was moved.
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst, the one who misrepresents the most intentionally. What the president says. I'm familiar.
About the ventilation shafts on Saturday night, and in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging that this was the first the most successful mission based on operational security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that. So we're looking at all aspects of intelligence and making sure we have a sense of what was where.
Why not acknowledge the female pilots that also participated in this mission? The early message.
Your Discord messages don't show up on screen when you receive them. No? Why? No? Why would they?
Messages that you sent out only congratulated the boys.
So when I say something like our boys and bombers, see, this is the kind of thing the press does, right? Of course, the chairman mentioned a female bomber pilot. That's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's a hero. I want more female bomber pilots. I hope the men and women of our country sign up to do such brave and audacious things. But when you spin it as, because I say our boys and bombers as a common phrase, I'll keep saying things like that, whether they're men or women. I'm very proud of that female pilot, just like I'm very proud of those male pilots. And I don't care if it's a male or a female in that cockpit, and the American people don't care. But it's the obsession with race and gender in this department that's changed
my boy
priorities. We don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games. Yes, right there.
For certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck.
So I'm not aware of any intelligence.
I'm sorry. I don't want any men. I don't want any men. I'm sorry. I don't want any women fighting my combat. Are you kidding me? Weak, vulnerable, squishy women in fighter jets. Are you sure that they can even see properly? What the fuck? I don't trust that shit. I'm sorry. Do we even remember? I'm sorry. Do you know who was flying the fucking Black Hawk jet? The Black Hawk helicopter? This was because of DEI. This was literally DEI. Black Hawk. Woman pilot. Yeah. Yeah, this was because of a woman. And you expect me to believe that we successfully bombed Iran's nuclear facilities from a woman? Are you kidding me? That's probably what they're gonna oh my god, that's the excuse that they're gonna use when it comes out that they didn't actually get obliterated. They're gonna say it's because they said a fucking woman. Oh my god.
That I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise. Yes.
Kelly Meyer with News Nation, and just off the top, want to say we're grateful for the service of these pilots and everybody that serves. I wanted to ask you, the CIA statement said, when possible, they will provide updates and information to the public for transparency, and I believe that's what we're looking for here. Do you commit to share the Defense Intelligence Agency report when it is ready, so the American people can understand more about the intelligence assessment?
Well, actually, the report that was discussed, this preliminary report, was a...
Can you guys hear the music? That's actually really embarrassing. Not embarrassing, but that's just funny, because I don't want it to be audible. Dude, I had the craziest, I have the Instagram thing where it like automatically like syncs your recently played song, okay? For some reason, some guy from high school decided to respond to my fucking Instagram note playing Uptown Girl with the most vulgar, it was literally like, out of fucking nowhere to Uptown Girl. Random dude, never spoken to him before, out of nowhere. The fucking audacity of men, bro.
Was what's called a restrike report. So it comes to us to give us an assessment whether a target would need to be restruck, right? That's the reason why. So it's based on internal feedback loop that we're supposed to have access to. Unfortunately, someone took advantage of that. But whatever is supposed to be made public will be, but whatever has to stay sensitive.
Sir, can I just jump in? You know, one of the things that I'm trying to do through this journey that we're on together, of course, transparency, but also the requirement to really protect these capabilities. I guess the time's up. So there's a balance in there, right? We do need to preserve options should the nation and the joint force be tasked to go do something again. So I'm confident we'll find the middle ground, but there are some things that if asked, I'd want to not release related to.
So we're going to leave it right there. I want to thank the heroism of our men and women in the military. What they accomplished is truly historic. Setting back the Iranian nuclear program untold number of years. It was a devastating attack. We appreciate you covering it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Talk a little bit more about your role, sir.
Insane.
That way, you can go to your representative or your senators and say, why did you vote for that? Right now, they can say, well, Theo, I had to vote for it. I had a pay raise for soldiers, right? They literally will put a pay raise for soldiers in every freaking bill, giant bill, so that if you vote against it, you have to go back home and watch TV ads that say he voted against a pay raise for the soldiers.
Right, even though he may have voted for 90 other amazing things on the bill, right?
Right.
And that was one thing that was tied in there that if you went this way, you know, it may have been like oxygen for grandmothers, right?
Right. Literally, there probably is that in there.
But if you vote for oxygen for grandmothers, then they're not going to give. So I see what you're saying.
I voted against oxygen for grandmothers so many times they can't even run that ad anymore. It doesn't even seem real.
Hotels in Las Vegas may be booked solid this weekend, but there's one
Is that like a real thing? What is he talking about? Is that like a thing that people say that he voted against oxygen for grandmas?
We want to stop these omnibus bills. And bring up omnibus bill. We looked it up the other day when Mr. Vance was here, but I just want to go over it again. An omnibus bill is proposed law that covers a number of diverse or unrelated topics. Omnibus is derived from Latin. It means to, for, by, with, or from everything. An omnibus bill is a single document that is accepted in a single vote by a legislator, but packages together several measures into one or combines diverse subjects. So it's not even really fair because you only get one vote on the bill?
Correct. And so typically an omnibus bill, it includes at least 12 other bills because the 1974 Budget Control Act, there's a law that says we're supposed to do these bills separately. So we've already tried the law. We already tried that, Theo. They just suspend that rule, those budget rules every year.
Okay. So, but take me through this moment so I don't stray from it so people can be, so I can understand it. So like, give me 2 examples of things that would be on an omnibus bill that would be that there's no way for a voter to win, that there's no way for a representative to vote and win on.
Okay. Well, the easiest. Let me just take something topical. The Big Beautiful Bill. Inside of that Big Beautiful Bill is a provision for artificial intelligence corporations that says no
10 years.
for 10 years, no state or locality can regulate them. And then it talks about zoning and routing, which if you know, some of your listeners may have seen this, like locally, some big corporation wants to put a data center in your backyard. Well, that's what Congress is trying to do. They're trying to say that these corporations can override local zoning laws, that the local zoning board should take a back seat and let this big information center show up in your backyard that uses all kinds of water and all kinds of power and puts out all kinds of RF and has, you know.
Oh yeah, your fucking cousin's gonna be walking down the street just fucking, you know, just fucking screaming out Amazon orders, you know? It's gonna be, the shit that's gonna start happening is gonna be crazy. You're literally gonna be driving on the road with your windows open and an old gust of 5G remnants from Blockbuster emails that never got uploaded are just gonna pass through your fucking vehicle. Shit's gonna get insane. You're gonna have babies that are born with advertisements, like birthmarks that show up. This is a set of twins with Nike logos on them. What is happening, man?
So that's in the Big Beautiful Bill, okay? And you can know that's evil, you can know that's bad, and Trump never campaigned on that. But also in that bill is to enforce our borders, okay, to finish the wall.
Right.
So if you're a Republican and you vote for that bill, okay, you supported enforcing the border, but you also let AI basically take over your local and state governments, okay? And then if you vote against it, well, then you're against the AI provision, but oh my gosh, you're for open borders, you know? You don't want to support the military. There was $100 billion in there for the military. Yeah. There was, you want to tax seniors. There was a tax cut for seniors. There was an extension of the tax cuts from 2017. I voted for the 2017 tax cuts, but I voted against this 2025 bill because it's got a lot of crap in there that doesn't belong and it's going to balloon our deficit. Right. So you can't win for losing. And so I don't blame.
If I was Iran, I would be so schizo about Israeli infiltration. As they should be. How fucking crazy is it? Like, the amount of intelligence and, like, the amount of, like, operations that have to be ongoing at all times for them to be... The Hezbollah pager strike was insane. Operation Rise and Lying was insane. Operation Narnia was insane. Like, these are crazy... well-planned, crazy intricate, crazy locked in attacks. I would be so paranoid if I were Iran, especially with the cyber attacks too. Like, the cyber attacks are crazy.
Blame a lot of my colleagues, like they come to Congress, they have the best intentions, and you get there and you're like, oh my gosh, this whole game is rigged. How am I going to play it? Am I going to call it out? Will that be the best for my constituents who elected me, or should I play along? And most of them choose to play along. Yeah. And you can't really blame them. They feel like, oh, my fiduciary duty to the people who elected me is to get as much as I can up here. And if I piss off the Trump and I piss off Mike Johnson, I can't get any table scraps. But the reality is they're not even getting table scraps. They're trading. I say every week, congressmen trade their votes for magic beans that never sprout, like Jack and the Beanstalk. He trades a cow for magic beans. The difference is Jack got beans that sprouted. My congressmen, they're not getting gas vouchers. They're not getting a Cracker Barrel gift certificate.
So explain to me how that part works. So that's the part that I don't understand, because you mentioned a little while ago, you're like, I could have a bill and I put it forward, because Mike Johnson seems like a good guy. He doesn't seem like somebody that would take something that was yours and make it somebody else's. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, how does that work? And take me through, like how can you put a bill out and people would know it's your bill? I mean, obviously, is there information online that says this is a bill that Thomas Massie made? Or that any person made, like any representative made?
The other thing they'll do with your bills is they'll stick them in another bill. Okay. I'll give you an example.
Yeah, show me how you're saying that people aren't even getting the scraps or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Take me through some of that.
Well, they're not. Theo, I tell people, I joke with my colleagues up there. They're like, Massey, why, you're not a sellout. I'm just like, I look at them in the eye. I say, I'm the biggest sellout up here. Like, I would sell out for Snickers bar, but you guys aren't even getting a Snickers bar. You're not getting a bridge in your district. You're not getting a new exit off the interstate. Yeah. You're not getting anything for your vote. Like, nobody's ever offered me anything up there of value. I don't even know myself I could be the biggest sellout there is. There's just no trade up there that's worth taking. And so mostly people are trying to stay relevant and get reelected.
Right, that makes perfect sense, right? Everybody's looking out for themselves in a sense. But you would think at some point that even that would lose its appeal. When you look around your town or your community and you see that, like, oh, man.
Hang on, can we not ignore the fact that he just said that? Like, I'm the biggest sellout there is. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm just not getting shit. If he was actually giving me something, I wouldn't be speaking up right now. I'm just not getting anything, motherfucker. Like, oh. Okay. Okay. I'm actually really astounded at how long this has been lasting. We're about to hit like 3 hours. This is fucking crazy. It's exciting. We gotta do a Palantir deep dive to figure out if it's really that deep or not. Oh! Wait, no, it is that deep. Hang on. This has been on my list for a while. About the ice stuff specifically. It was a 404 media post. Palantir, they were the ones that exposed it. If Palantir actually like carries through this like facial recognition technology shit and like actually embeds it in the United States with like the integration across ICE and DHS and CBP and all, like literally every single fucking agency, that is an insane breach of like of privacy, of data I don't even know how insanely like breachy of everything that would be. But this is like profiling like via fucking surveillance. Like this is like I go to Target and they scan my face and see that I'm not registered in the fucking DMV and then come catch me when I'm walking out to my car. Like this is it, like if it were actually carried out. I don't think it's actually going to get carried out because everyone that is like there's too many retarded people that would fuck this up. Sorry. I don't think that they're actually intelligent enough to carry this out like the way that it would be carried out. Do I have my Miro board still on here? I did a whole web when this story first came out with him. But yeah, I should definitely do a Palantir deep dive. My god, it's boiling hot. Aw, can't find it. Oh well. I don't really mean the ISF in particular, just the company as a whole, because from the brief reading I did, I thought they had contracts a decade ago. Yeah, no, they're like, I'm pretty sure they're like locked in as like government contractors. Like this isn't like a Peter Thiel like implanted. No, I think everyone's like hearing about Palantir right now because of like Peter Thiel and because of like the technocrats, but they've already been embedded in the government like as a federal contractor for a while, definitely. I think my understanding is like what I would be worried about with this is the amount of like Palantir access to government. Like they have access to way too much shit. Like they just like, I just don't feel like no private company should have access to. You can't give them all of our social information, all of our facial information, all of our like fucking financial information. Sorry, what? They got an extra 113 million. And it's for like security and surveillance purposes. Data points on citizens and other, including their bank account numbers, the amount of their student debt, medical claims, disability status. Data is collected for one reason, data that is collected for no one reason should not be repurposed for other uses. Combining all that data, even with the noblest of intentions, significantly increases the risk of misuse. If people can't trust the data they're given, the government will be protected that it will be used for things other than what they gave it for, will lead to a crisis of trust. I remember seeing they used people's cell phone to track their locations and stuff to attempt the spread of COVID. That's crazy. I didn't hear that. That's kind of crazy. I know that like people, I know with like the COVID tracking, it was weird. There was like a call system where like you could like people would call you and like tell you like, hey, you came into contact with someone with COVID, and that was confusing to me because how the fuck do you know that? Like. We act as a data processor, not as a data controller. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know how that's supposed to be reassuring. I don't want you as a data processor. I remember people losing their mind because they found a setting on their phone that tracked their COVID stuff based on other data. Interesting. That's scary. Something that I think that is scary is like Google keeps track of my maps. And I know that I give it permission to do that because I use Google Maps. Well, I use Apple Maps, but I don't. Is Apple Maps synced to Google? I don't have Google Maps downloaded on my phone. Apple Maps has to be synced to like Google Earth or something, like the same way that Safari is linked to Google, because like that. Whatever. Anyways, Google like has like a really comprehensive like location history, and will like tell me when I'm visiting places that I've visited before and how long ago I visited there, and like I'll get alerts of like, oh, this is the first time you've been to this restaurant in the past like 6 years. Do you want to leave a review? Like. What? Why do you know that? Why do you remember that? That's strange. Obviously not strange for the app to like keep track of it because it's in their history. But I think it's strange for it to be like in there for so long. Like you don't need to keep my location history for that long. I'm worried about like what patterns could be. Do you know what's crazy? I think a lot of this ties into the fact that I don't think that we have free will. I don't think that I can control my actions. So I think that if anyone were to like observe me well enough, they could predict exactly what I would do based off of my prior like actions and based off of like my like own environmental influences and like biological predispositions, right? An AI doing that shit is scary. I don't want an AI to be able to like predict what I can like think, where I'm gonna go, or like what I'm gonna do. It's just scary. I just don't like that information being known. Not even for the AI. Not because I think the AI is gonna be like evil about it. Like what if someone hacks into the AI? What if someone is evil about it? Not the AI. I trust the AI.
By not really benefiting the people, it's all falling apart. You know, by not really benefiting the country, it's falling apart. And fuck, I'm starting to sound like a downer again. I don't want to do that.
It should.
But take me through what you're talking about. How you put a bill up and it doesn't get labeled yours. So it's plagiarism, or I don't understand what you're saying.
And then if you do get something done by working inside of the system, you won't get any credit for it. So for instance, when Ron Paul left Congress, I came into Congress and I introduced.
That's Randy's daddy?
Yep, Rand's dad. I introduced a lot of Ron Paul's bills, and one was the Industrial Hemp Farming Act, because it was illegal. They treated hemp just like marijuana. It was illegal to grow it according to the federal government. So I introduced that bill and I got a lot of co-sponsors, and I figured out a way to work with Democrats and get it into the farm bill Now, it was a Republican farm bill that I got it into, but I needed Democrat and Republican votes to do it. And I got it in the farm bill. But now, like, people online say, oh, Congressman Massey, and it became law, by the way, and people can grow industrial hemp in all 50 states. That's the end of the, that's the rest of the story.
Oh, yeah. A lot of chicks that don't wear deodorant are working on those places. No offense, ladies.
You could... Okay, this doesn't seem like that bad unless it was, like, mandatory. Like, if you can opt into this and opt out of it, I feel like that's fine. Like, you're consenting to it. Like, what if you're just, like, hyper aware? This seems like a non-issue for people to be, like, freaked out about. If it's literally, like, you have to go into settings and, like, turn it on. If it came turned on as a default and, like, didn't tell you about it, that's kind of strange. But it's also only in some places, only in California, Colorado, Maryland, Washington State, and DC. Okay. Strange.
I don't mind it. But yeah, no, I'm glad that we have another product in our country, you know?
Right. And so that became law. That was one of my bills, but nobody ever gives me credit for it because it wasn't a separate bill that said, and by the way, I voted for that crap sandwich, the farm bill, which is a big giant bill. And then I took crap for voting for that because it had my thing in it, but now I don't get credit for it. But I haven't particularly had bills where somebody took my name off them and put somebody else's name, but my colleagues have.
Okay, so you haven't had that exact thing happen to you from Mike Johnson?
No.
But you've seen it happen?
Yeah.
You're saying?
And if it did, I wouldn't care that much. I mean, if it's a good bill, make it happen. But a lot of people, you know, they need to go back to their district and say, I got this done.
Oh, I see. So a lot of times people don't know from their Congress people or their representatives that they actually got this thing done.
Right.
Right. So there's a communication issue there.
And then there's another thing that happens, like some congressman gets to DC.
See, that seems brain dead, because why are you encouraging that? I feel like constituents should just know that, like, they're... Sorry. Is that brain dead of me to say? Like, the bill doesn't have to have your name on it for you to have help do it, bitch. Like, you can co-sponsor a bill? You can just like, the co-sponsors are crazy. Bills have, like, insane... Is he in the House or Senate? He's in the House. This motherfucking bill. I don't even want to click on it because I'm gonna have to look through it. I'm gonna cry. Where's the PDF of it? I have, like, this very specific image of, like, the PDF in my head where it's, like, sponsor and then it says co-sponsor and then it's literally, like, a big fat paragraph of a list. What about a bill that got passed already? Bills passed. Yay. See? Co-sponsors 8. Got him. There you go. That took so long, okay. Hang on, did they actually pass Is this real? Did they actually pass a This resolution expresses I propose a resolution that my dick gets hard every morning. Like, okay. Cool.
And they have this bill they wanted to pass even before he was a congressman, and they say, we'll put your name on it and then you'll get credit for it. And then the congressman has no idea about the subject or anything. So there was a bill that came to the floor. It was about opioids. Okay. And I voted against it. And the sponsor of the bill comes up to me and says, why did you vote against my bill? And I said, well, I'm not against research or things like that at the federal level, but this is basically a form of Obamacare. And I thought we were against that, like, because this had treatment and stuff, which should be handled at the state level. And he looked at me and said, you're right. He said, I'd vote against this too if it weren't my bill. He said, the leadership gave it to me and told me to bring it to the floor and it would help me get reelected.
Wow.
I swear to the Lord above, that is an exact conversation I had on the floor.
Yeah. Oh, I believe you did.
Congressman from Wisconsin. He's still there.
He is?
Yeah.
White guy, I bet, huh?
Oh, yeah.
That was a guess, dude. That was a guess.
By the way, but not to pick on him, because that year we passed like 38 opioid bills.
Yeah.
They're all redundant. They just gave everybody that were trying to get reelected, they give them an opioid bill.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were renewing more prescriptions for opioids.
Is this actually like how the whole like I really hate the I really hate how blatantly he's just like, yeah, man, like that place is just like a fucking shit show, man. Like they're just giving out like fucking bills left and right, dog. Like we're not actually doing shit, okay? If they want to get someone reelected, they just give them a fucking opioid bill, just slap them the name on it. Just they all say the same thing, but we just give them a copy and paste bill to get them all real. What the fuck is? He shouldn't be allowed to just casually get away with saying that. Like, he should not be able to get away with just casually just admitting that. Like, and you're just saying this now? You didn't see anything wrong with that? You're just joking about it? Okay?
Opioid bills, and they were opioids. That's the craziest fucking part of it. And the Sackler family never even went to fucking jail. And some people believe that the Sackler family should be electrocuted. Allegedly. I don't know them, and I don't even know if electricity would work on their fucking sick, evil bodies. Is that slander for saying that? Can I go to jail for saying that? It might be a death threat. Huh?
You can, but I can't. So maybe I should say it. There's something in the Constitution called the speech or debate clause. And so I can go to the floor of the House of Representatives and lie. I can tell every lie I want, and nobody can do anything about it. And
I do.
It's called the speech or debate clause. Our staff, look this up.
The speech or debate clause found in Article 1, Section 6 of the U.S. Constitution protects members of Congress from being questioned in any other place for their speech or debate in either house. So let me read it again. Protects members of Congress from being questioned in any other place.
See, like, whenever I see shit like this, like, wording like that, you like, whoever wrote that had the utmost of faith in humanity. Or they were priming us to get fucked over in the future. Because, like, you really didn't think of any possible scenario in which you wouldn't want a congressman able to just talk shit on whatever they wanted on the floor? Okay.
Which means you can't be questioned in a courtroom. You can't be sued.
No way.
You can't be. Now read the next sentence.
No,
though.
that's exactly. It's not even being used for, like, actual dangerous bullshit right now. It's being used by Nancy Mace to accuse her fucking ex-husband of revenge porn. Like, that's what our speech and debate clause is being for, actually.
Oh, because there's a good reason for it.
This clause, rooted in historical struggles for parliamentary independence, aims to safeguard the independence and integrity of the legislative branch by preventing interference from the executive or judicial branches.
So, so when people, even our founders, this is a hard pill to swallow.
Okay,
but even
I'm still a bit confused at this moment.
Well, even our founders thought that there were some laws that shouldn't apply to congressmen because if they did, they would get abused, and like a Democrat president would arrest members of Congress for saying things on the floor of the House. Because that's what the king did back in England. The king would arrest members of parliament if he didn't like what they said.
Ah, I see what you're saying.
Okay. Okay. I can't believe that this guy got arrested. Like, I saw this. This was before the election. I didn't see this until after the election, and I thought it was a result of it. But, like, that's fucking crazy.
Or you could get a private individual to sue a member of Congress for something they said, and then that would basically freeze the debate, and members of Congress would be afraid to speak. They would send their speeches to lawyers before they said them, if this didn't exist.
I see what you're saying.
So this is kind of a fascinating little part of our Constitution, and even though it seems wrong to give members of Congress extra First Amendment protection, the founders thought this was the best way to do it.
So you could go to court right now and lie on the stand?
No. I can lie about anything, but I got to be on the floor of the House, or it has to be attached to my official business. So I'm probably covered on social media, and I could just say defamatory things about you. I could release national secrets, and this also covers my staff as well.
God, interesting. But am I going to go to jail for calling the Sackler say they got electrocuted?
Yeah, probably.
Shit. So what do I have to do, bleep it out?
No, you need to run for Congress.
Oh, that's hilarious, dude. And I don't really even say those words myself. I just say that on it's the spirit of hundreds of thousands of opioid addicts who died channeling through me for just a brief second. Forgive me. I'm back.
All right.
It starts to feel like neither party. Wait. So I'm thinking about this. Could Mike Johnson put a bill on the floor about the omnibus thing?
Yeah.
And then we could see who would vote for it and vote against it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He could, but he's not going to.
Right. Because it would be too dangerous.
It's way too dangerous. I mean,
I 100% agree that more politicians should be admitting that this is what's going on behind the scenes, but that, like, it needs to be attached to a call to action for it to be better. Like, it can't just be like, oh yeah, this is what's going on, and we're fucked, and we'll just always be fucked. Like, it can't just be like, oh yeah, like, I could just say whatever I want, and my staff's protected too. It has to be attached to, like, okay, and that's why I'm proposing this legislation, and that's why I think that we should have more like qualifications, and that's why, like, you cannot just get away with just like talking shit like this and just leaving it at that with like, oh yeah, and I'm okay with it, and yeah, like, we're just doing it. Like, what? Okay, fuck you.
Lobbyists love it that way.
Yeah.
They love the opaqueness of that black box, that Americans can't look into it and see what's going on.
Yeah.
Because they're inside the black box. They get to craft language and special provisions in those big giant bills, and they're so big, and we're not given time to read them. But you got to remember, like, a lot of my colleagues wouldn't read these bills even if they were given 3 months to read them. What they're doing by rushing these bills through is they're not hoodooing the congressman, they're hoodooing the public.
Of course. No, I think it makes perfect sense. It's like, because we just send one set of eyes and brain up there to handle something, or a couple sets if you have a few reps, and then it's so much information at once. It's all the same thing. It's literally like a bus passing by. It's like with a car passing by, you can get an idea of what's on. You can look at the wheels, you can check the exhaust, you might be able to see who's in there. But when a bus goes by, you're like, fuck, I don't know. Was a driver awake? That's kind of like, that's how it certainly starts to appear.
And the windows are painted black on the bus.
Yeah, dude. And somebody wrote "just married to a trans man" on the windows with chalk or whatever, with window paint. Here's my question: is anybody representing the people anymore? Because it kind of feels like, it used to feel like the parties were against each other, and now it feels like it's the government versus the people. That's what it feels like.
I think it is. I mean, I call it the uniparty. Last year, Marjorie Taylor Greene and I introduced a resolution to oust Mike Johnson. After Mike Johnson put a bill on the floor and was the tie-breaking vote to send more money to Ukraine, after he passed another omnibus, after he passed another bill to spy on Americans, using mostly Democrat votes, because a lot of Republicans are waking up to that and didn't vote for it. After he did like 3 or 4 really bad things, Marjorie and I put a resolution on the floor.
Which you think are bad things, right?
I think they're bad things.
Okay.
Spying on Americans, sending all the...
Oh my god. It's like, it's such strange cognitive dissonance. I'm glad that but this is good. It's a good cognitive dissonance. It's strange because I disagree with everything that he just said about wanting to oust Mike Johnson for supporting Ukraine. We should, as America, just be supporting Ukraine. I don't know. Also, this is such a side tangent. I don't understand why people need such, like, linear, one-to-one, like, this is exactly the output benefit that we get from doing this, in order to justify, like, macro global things. Like, do you want Ukraine to be, like, sending us a Christmas gift every year? Like, what? Why are we supporting Ukraine? I don't know. Because of the treaty that we signed when we took away their nuclear deals? Like, because we don't like Russia, and because it's good to have allies around Russia that are on our side? Because I feel like I could just stop at the treaty one. Like, I honestly, why do you need any more than that? We signed a treaty with them where we took away literally all of their nuclear weapons and said, listen, if you ever get invaded, you ever get attacked, we will use the nukes for you. We will defend you. We will protect you. Okay. So that's it?
The money to Ukraine. Yeah, I think they are. I think they're not Republican priorities. And he's a Republican speaker. So we put a resolution on the floor to vacate the speaker's office. And
what does that mean? To get a new speaker?
Get a new speaker.
Okay.
And typically no Democrat will vote for that. And if he doesn't have enough Republicans to sustain that vote, he will lose and you get a new speaker.
Why would no Democrat vote for that?
Well, for the first time in history, they did. Like, they did vote to keep Mike Johnson because it was as good as they've ever had it. They were getting everything they wanted.
You believe he was helping their party?
Yeah, he was helping their party, so they kept him in power. So it is really hard to change things. You can occasionally get people to try, but the consequences of trying and losing can be great. Like, they call up all the lobbyists and say, quit giving money to that member of Congress. They'll call up donors in your district. They'll call up constituents and have constituents call you up. Or the new thing recently is to fund social media campaigns. The NRCC, National Republican Congressional Committee, they spend money on Twitter influencers who then do things against who knows what. I mean, they're directing them. That part isn't transparent, but it's directed toward me. For instance, our own party is coordinating efforts against me.
Well, then at that point, that's what I'm saying. There's a party it's them against,
which is okay. I've got a thick skin,
right? But I'm just saying it feels like it's you guys are playing this game, but it's all against the voter. None of it is for the voter anymore. It doesn't. You know what I'm saying? It's like it feels like, I don't know. It just feels like it's the voter against the politicians, and it just starts to feel really, really scary for sure. Have you thought about becoming an independent, or is that not a?
Thank you, Theo Vaughn. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is that death?
I've thought about it a lot, and one of the things that surprised me when I got to Congress is there's two of everything. So there's two cloakrooms. There's a Democrat cloakroom.
Say that part again. There's a Democrat cloakroom
and a Republican cloakroom. This is like when you show up to vote, there's a little clubhouse, two little clubhouses attached to Congress. You can go back there and get a hot dog and a hot ham and cheese, an ice cream sandwich.
Oh yeah, get a hot blonde too, huh?
And it's our cloakroom right there on the right.
Is that really?
Yeah, you go back there, although there's some computers as well. That's looking in one direction. If you look in the other direction, there's a sandwich. They're not showing the sandwich bar.
Oh yeah, I'd love it.
Oh, there's a sandwich bar. Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
that's
it?
Yeah. Now that's the
old, huh?
That's the Democrat cloakroom. The Republican one looks just the same.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
A little mortadella, huh?
There's only two cloakrooms. So if you were truly independent and you came to Congress, there'd be nowhere to get a hot dog or to call. People go in there and call their lobbyist friends. Like during votes, you'll get a call and they'll say, hey, don't dare vote for this. Or maybe they'll call up, a member of Congress will go to the cloakroom and call and ask for advice. In any case.
I hate that he just said that. There's no way that happens. There's no way that happens. There's no way that there's senators that are in the back of like fucking Congress taking calls from their lobbyist donors, saying explicitly like, hey, you have to vote for this because we gave you $3,000. Like what? There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
There's also things called back rooms on every committee. You've heard of backroom deals? I couldn't believe it. When I got to Congress, people are using the word back room because there are back rooms behind the committee rooms where you go back and do your huddle. But there's only two huddles. There's the Democrat huddle and the Republican huddle, and there's only two back rooms. So I say if you were an independent, you're going against the architecture. It's not just tradition. It's built into marble and oak. Wow. There can only be two parties. That's how strong they have put it in. You know, and if you're bipartisan,
I want to like do genuine hard thinking on if there is any alternative that makes sense, because I really hate people that try and like stick it to the man and stick it to like the two-party system by doing whatever fucking weird vote swapping with like, you know, this was like a thing that I saw all over Instagram during the campaign, was people would vote swap with swing states of like, oh, I'm in a safe state, so I'm gonna vote Republican, or I'm gonna vote independent on behalf of this person in a swing state so that they can vote Democratic and so that the Electoral College won't be affected. Like, that is an absolutely retarded thing for anyone to think would ever work as a voting. Oh my god. Don't get me wrong, I think third parties historically have been like beneficial. I think that this is what needs to happen to the Republican Party. I don't think it's necessarily like an issue of like having like two parties as opposed to like 3, 4, or 5 or whatever. I think it's just the way that the parties are at. need to go the way of the Whigs. The Whigs were a loose coalition of diverse political interests. Anti-Masons, National Republicans, disillusioned Democrats, united by a shared hatred of President Andrew Jackson. To the Whigs, Jackson was King Andrew I. Both parties, therefore, had an interest in keeping slavery off the national agenda as much as possible. But in the case of the Whig Party, it just couldn't find any way of dealing with the slavery issue. I forgot what exactly split this party up. Probably was slavery. But basically, they I'm pretty sure they ate themselves from the inside out. Like, their coalition became so, it was so shaky when it was formulated that by the time that it you know, played itself out, all of the different tensions just ended up breaking the party apart, and then it ended up being a bunch of little parties. Kansas-Nebraska Act! This is, oh my gosh, I remember this. This was when they made it where any Western expansionist state could just vote on whether or not they wanted to be a slave state, but then they kept on doing it 1-to-1 so that it would stay even. So it's oh, we just have this new slavery state, but now we also have this new anti-slavery state, so it's okay. It evens out. PEMDAS. But yeah, it's remarkably fast. It's remarkable how fast it all fell apart for the Whigs. From right before the 1852, thinking they were being in good shape. Okay, that's where we're at right now, 2024. Okay, to 1854 being clearly obsolete. Okay, that's gonna be the midterms when everyone gets fucking voted out. Okay, then 1855, literally going out of business. It's gonna be the next primary season when they just completely get rid of MAGA and American First and just completely chuck that shit out. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
And that means you like both parties. I say that I'm not bipartisan, I'm transpartisan.
Mm-hmm.
Trans means you can't identify with either some days. I don't know which cloakroom to go into. Wow. Some days they don't want me in either cloakroom. So I feel like I'm a transpartisan.
At least you can just be out in the van outside, you know?
That's right. Some days I have gone out to the camper and just drink some raw milk and just be we're so screwed. Let's go back in and try it. But I think it is hard. It would be really hard to have an independent party or to get elected as an independent. I think.
Yes, that's true.
But never forget this. There's really 6 parties up there in DC, and they've been shoehorned into 2 different cloakrooms.
Right.
And so you got to pick. So
either way, if you had a separate party, you're kind of still in one cloakroom or the other. He's kind of still in one huddle or the other.
Yeah. So there's a guy from Maine. His name's Angus King. He's a senator, and he runs as an independent.
He did steal your trans joke. I agree. There's. I would love to psyop Donald Trump with a hot trans. Do you see him talking about I don't know how to word it. The way that he talks about exotic women that aren't exotic enough to be actually ethnic, but just exotic enough to be a little spicy. I feel like that's how he would talk about a trans person. He'd be you're really beautiful. You're really you just have such a unique look about you. And then it'll just be the fact that they just look kind of androgynous. His deposition where he misidentifies the woman he assaulted with his wife. Oh, yeah. That was crazy. That his lawyer was literally next to him and had to recorrect him of no babe, that's not what's going on. Yeah. What's it called? He also the reason why he did that is because he literally that was a Freudian slip because he literally did rape his wife and that was the reason for their divorce, which is just even crazier. Jesus Christ. His defense for having raped his wife, by the way, is that it's not rape if it's your wife. It's not that he didn't rape her, it's that it's not rape if it's your wife.
and he gets elected as an independent, and then he goes into Democrat cloakroom. So yeah, that's him.
Oh yeah, he definitely looks like a Maine guy.
So he gets elected.
Undeniably wears a raincoat at night.
You may have heard the term rhino, Republican in name only. I have a friend who calls him an INO, an independent in name only, because he gets elected as an independent, and Bernie Sanders did this too, and then caucuses with the Democrats.
You know, I've been involved with different financial groups that sponsor the program over the years, but none has really piqued my interest as much as Acorns. Sometimes it feels like the whole world is trying to spend your money. You're so...
Acorns is a scam. I don't know if it's actually a scam, but I made an Acorns account. I got advertised to. I was a victim. It was like going good for a little bit, and then I tried to close it out because I was like, right, this is kind of like stupid, and I can't even pick anything that I'm investing in. Like, I don't trust your... I'm just supposed to trust whatever the fuck you're telling me is aggressive and good? Like, no, I can't even see this shit. So I tried closing out my account, and it wouldn't let me close out my account for literally like 3 months. I was stuck paying the subscription because it wouldn't let me close out my account because of whatever fucking tax purposes and whatever amount was left in my account. I spent so long trying to get my fucking money out of this stupid shit. Fuck Acorns.
One of the big things that people talk about all the time these days are lobbyists, right? And lobbies, and how much of an effect that they have on our elected officials. How much is it? I mean, how much are these PACs really controlling things?
Quite a bit. There's some aspects of lobbying that people don't think about. Like, for instance, I think there are just as many lobbyists over at the White House as they are in Congress. Because
so what do you mean that some people are almost just elected lobbyists?
Well, no. They spend their time talking to White House officials because even though we're the legislators, the White House sends recommendations for bills. And if the same party is in power in the White House and in Congress, like the big beautiful bill, for instance, the legislation can initiate over in the White House. And so lobbyists, I'm just saying, if you think of lobbyists talking to your senator and your congressman, they're all over DC. They're talking to bureaucrats. They're talking to people, cabinet secretaries, because they know it's sometimes easier to get written into the budget if they're over there lobbying. Another thing to know about lobbyists, I mean, there's lobbyists for the Alzheimer's victims or people who have Alzheimer's. There are lobbyists. Really? Yeah, there are lobbyists for people with rare blood disorders. Okay, there's lobbyists for the Concrete Association. If there is a group of people, they have lobbyists, and so they're in some people's enemies. Lobbyist enemies are other people's lobbying friends. Like there are pro Second Amendment lobbyists who are up there fighting for the Second Amendment, and you know the Democrats hate those lobbyists, but those are lobbyists the Republicans kind of like. So the question is, you know, and sometimes my constituents, they don't know how to get to DC and how to talk to all the congressmen from Kentucky and both senators. And so they hire lobbyists to come and do that. I don't know that I would outlaw lobbyists. Sometimes they're actually helpful. Like, let's say the concrete lobbyist, you got the concrete lobbyist fighting with the asphalt lobbyist on what's going to be the road surface. Okay. Well, if all you hear is from the asphalt lobbyists, you would just buy asphalt. And then you hear from the concrete lobbyists. And so it's really, to get to the truth, you need adversarial opinions. The problem is, I wouldn't blame the lobbyists for advocating for their group of people. I would blame the congressmen who basically put that crap in the bills. And again, I would go back to separating the votes. How do you know that your congressman is sold out to Big Pharma, for instance, if Big Pharma is only one tenth of the bill?
Right.
And there's pay raises for veterans in there.
So they can hide the fact that they're selling out over here by buying in over here.
Yeah.
God, it almost sounds fun.
Now, there's one group of lobbyists I don't think really should exist or should have access to U.S. offices, and those are foreign lobbyists.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard you talk about this before, and I've heard a lot of people are talking about it now. It's definitely become a hot topic. And AIPAC is one of the big ones. And that stands for
American Israeli
There should be a homeless lobby, and they just beg outside the Capitol as lobby members walk into the Capitol. True. That would be funny as fuck. I don't know what the big deal is with lobbies. I've never really understood the big deal with lobbies. Even when I was like getting taught about them and everyone I was actually a very hardcore like lefty progressive when I was taught about lobbies. And I think that's probably honestly one of the things that probably even moderated me out a little bit, because I was always confused by why that was like such a bad thing. I feel like okay, maybe in practice, maybe with like the actual like corruption that occurs, like okay, yeah, people can like take advantage of it, but a lot of people talk as though like just like the concept of a lobby is like evil, and just like the how dare a foreign nation have an economic vested interest in Congress members. And it's like, what? No, that makes sense. Like, because it's not going to the, you're acting like it's directly funding the Congress member's salary. Like, it's probably, again, pending any corruption or whatever, it's going to, like, the staff to, like, divert resources to focus on, like, researching issues that are impactful to that specific special interest group that the congressmen can then, like, take into account. Like, it's not an inherently evil concept. It's actually very practical and makes a lot of sense if it's executed correctly. Obviously, and if anything gets executed incorrectly and corruptly, then it'll just be fucked regardless. Like, that has nothing to do with lobbies, whatever.
Political. It's not a fund. It didn't start out as a super PAC. So
Political Action Committee?
Public Affairs Committee. There we
Public
go.
Affairs Committee. American Israel Public Affairs Committee.
Now, a lot of times PAC stands for Political Action Committee, like you said, but these guys were started before there were Political Action Committees, so it stands for Public Affairs Committee.
Got it.
And they brag that they've spent more on elections than any other lobbying group.
In the world?
In the
Do I actually have a Russian in the chat? It's kind of scary.
United States.
In the United States.
In Congress.
Okay.
They now do have a Political Action Committee. And I forget what the name of it is. So AIPAC has a subsidiary that spends money to basically crack heads of congressmen. So there's two kinds of, by the way, there are two kinds of lobbying groups.
Mm-hmm.
There's access lobbying. That's where they're all your friends. They're never mean to you. They would, even if they don't like you, they'll buy you a steak dinner and they'll try to get you to hear out their point of view. And they figure, as long as I can get in that person's office, I'm doing well for the people I'm lobbying for.
Okay.
But then there are
I'm obviously just kidding. With love to all of my Russians out there. I hope that if I were an American and I was chatting in a fucking foreign nation that was, like, way better than America, like, I don't know. And I was like, hi, love from America. And they'd be like, oof, America. Good luck. Like, I'd laugh. I actually have a lot of connections to Russia. Y'all fuck with Chabarashka? Chabarashka! This is like actual Russian propaganda that I used to watch obsessively while I was down bad for a Russian.
Ну, смотри.
It's like actually like Soviet propaganda. This little not like in every episode, but like the little monkey does like this insane like military like discipline shit, and there's like all these little boys that do like Boy Scout like type like getting ready for like the military type shit. Like they're like look, they're all in their little, they have their little ties and they're doing their little works and they do like their little marches. Look, the little mouse, he's just trying to, he wants to be one of the little Soviet boys. And he's sad, and so the little crocodile is just like teaching him how to march. And he's like learning how to march. It's a cute story, and then he's like collecting junk for the little Soviet boys. And he's a part of it. Yeah. Go Russia.
confrontational lobbyists like AIPAC. And AIPAC has transitioned into a confrontational lobbying group where if you don't do what they want, they come after you.
Wow. What does it look like?
They spent $400,000 against me in my last election. And they are basically advertise themselves as just all things Israel. They are lobbying for more money to go to Israel, which all the money we give to Israel is military money. So they are basically lobbyists for the military industrial complex.
Got it. Understood. So, and I'll ask you some questions about that, the military industrial complex, in a few minutes. But do you feel like Israel is a fair ally? Are they a good ally for us?
Well,
or is that too general of a question?
Well, I think it doesn't matter. Like, there's no big, giant, Great Britain lobby. There's no Australian lobby. There's no German lobby.
Oh, the other countries don't have them?
No, no, not like this. This is singular. This is unique.
I'm not saying this exclusively about what he just said right now, but I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the, listen, my Mossad payment is about to hit right now, that's why I'm saying this, okay? Why are people blaming everyone else's laziness on the Jews? Like, okay, England doesn't have its own lobby? What the fuck does that have to do with Israel, okay? That sucks for England. Fucking tell them to make a lobby. Like, okay. You are more than capable. If you could prove that there are, like, laws that are being put in place that are systematically oppressing every other country except for Israel from creating this mega lobby, like, okay, then we're talking. If you're just gonna sit there and bitch, like, oh, but the Jews are so good at everything that they do that it just has to be a conspiracy. Like, oh my god, you sound so brain dead. And you're feeding into the whole, like, God's chosen people bit. Like, what? You're telling me no other culture could, like, could go up like that? Like, no. I'm sorry. You're telling me that it's so exclusive to Jewish culture that it has to be a fucking like deep-rooted, like, malicious conspiracy? It can't just be like a result of, like, it's just so brain dead. It's just
unique. I mean, if you're an ally, why wouldn't we work with you? Why do you have to convince us that you're our ally? Why do you have to basically go into every congressional office and convince them? And it's because they want to keep the money flowing, and that they've got a good return on their investment. I mean, we send more foreign aid to Israel than to any other country.
Yeah.
They're, like 10 million people or something.
Yeah, I think
Tennessee, I don't know the population of Tennessee, but it's probably about, on that order.
Yeah, I think this year they said we spent like $12 billion, but that's not actual dollars. It's in military aid, right?
Yeah, it's dollars that comes out of the treasury. Yeah, but it's not like we give them.
Jews are to progressives what Mexican immigrants are to conservatives. Yes. Sorry. Why did it shift ever so slightly downwards? Hang on, that's so irritating. Hang on, now there's like this tiny little gap. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay, I'm done with my... Wow, that took forever for literally nothing. I've accomplished 0 so far. I'm so unproductive on stream. Tisk, bro. How many days since... It'd be low-key based to write an article and vague descriptions that describe how progressives talk about Jews so that when they read it, they think it's about MAGA. Yeah, that would. I like satirical Oh my god, I wrote this article, I wrote this like satire. It's based on a satire that already exists. Like it's already what is it? A Modest Proposal. It's this satire that was written by this like Englishman, I think, during the Irish potato famine, when like that was like a big thing that people had to deal with. But it's basically like the satire saying that like if we're gonna fix Ireland, we need to start eating all of the babies, and we need to start cannibalizing the babies and eating all the babies, and it's like too frequent among us sacrificing the poor innocent babes. I doubt more to avoid the expense than the shame, which would like it's like this whole satire explicitly, and he uses like numbers and like facts to back up the fact that like this what's it called, to back up that like this is like the best. I'm signing in right now. This is the future. This is like the best economic way forward. Why did I just do that? I'm not signed into anything on Chrome. Like I have everything signed in on Arc. Who am I looking up? I'm looking up myself. Baby, what? Oh my god, so long ago. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I wrote this in like February. I wrote this entire, okay. It's this whole satire about how we should actually just start killing every illegal alien and eating them, I think. I don't know if I said eating. It is a complete disgrace to have patriots living in this country forced to see the white male species be passed over every single day in favor of the illegal. During college admissions, entering the workforce, even in government, there the illegal stands, waiting for the next opportunity he can steal from the white man. These white men, instead of being able to work in a field of their choice, are forced to use all their energy hating the illegal, and all of their money funding the illegal, who will inevitably turn to theft because the money is not enough, and violence as a result of barbarism, or robots to further perpetuate the democratic agenda. I think it is agreed upon by both parties that the increased number of illegals in the hands, or rather on the backs, of the white man, and oftentimes the white female, is indicative of the present deplorable state of the nation and a very large burden. Therefore, whoever could find a fair, cheap, and easy method of making these illegals useful, productive members of the country would deserve everlasting praise for having saved our nation. I ponder on this reality, and considering various plans of other thinkers, I found a gross miscalculation in their propositions. It is true some illegals entered the nation with the intention of working to earn their place, motivated by the opportunities that exist primarily to serve the white man, and so long as they do not overstep, they shall remain free. It is once the illegal fails to do so that I propose to assist them, in such a way that instead of being an obstacle for the white man, or defaulting to barbarism, they shall instead contribute to the economy, and be able to fund the lifestyles of many millions of the white man. There's an underlying large benefit in my plan that it will prevent the reproduction of the illegal and the egregious practice of illegals giving birth to bastard children that hold claim to this great nation. Far too often does a white man get overlooked for a first-generation illegal child, one which I doubt has nearly as much potential as the white man. and would inevitably end up dead from their own barbarism, or worse, raping and murdering your child, a thought that should unnerve even the most callous of patriots. The number of souls in this nation is said to be 350 million, and 20 million are illegals. I estimate more, because there's no way to document undocumented illegals. I calculate that approximately 20 million households have newly arrived illegals that rely solely on government support. From this number, I subtract 2 million who manage to, despite tremendous hardships and insufficiencies, sustain themselves, only exploiting the most basic of our resources. This is so crazy. I wrote this in February, and it's satire, and it's supposed to be super satire, but this is literally how people talk. Like, this is like, how dare they use our public transport? I'm sorry, what? The public transport? How dare they use the public fucking transport? It's a public bus. What? How? I didn't even go that far in this. I said it's okay if they only exploit our basic public infrastructure. However, I digress. There remains 18 million households relying on the money given by the white man. The question then is how these people shall be subsidized. For we cannot forfeit the future of our nation to the illegal who knows nothing of this great country and taints the very fabric of our culture. I do humbly offer it to the public discourse that of the aforementioned 18 million households, serving the top 5 million in terms of the top 5 million in terms of socioeconomic status, intellect, and culture be saved and granted the mercy of indentured servitude. These will serve as our waitresses, our janitors, our cleaning ladies, and maids, the most respected of the servants. These illegals will be granted permanent residence. They will be forced to pay taxes while having no capability to vote or advocate for themselves. They will be granted the grace of being allowed offspring, born into their future labor, solely to upkeep the workforce. Of the remaining 13 million illegals, they shall be distributed across 3 sectors: agriculture, construction, and resource extraction. I have calculated the amount of agricultural workers in the country to be roughly 3 million. However, we need to take into account. Oh my god, I said this satirically. This is literally what they did in Florida. They changed the labor laws to make it so that you could work for however fucking long ever. I don't even know. They made it so you could work as like a fucking 14-year-old. If we allow for a proper 126-hour work week, we can afford to have 2 million illegals on rotation so that they are afforded 2 3-hour naps a day. A very generous deal. The number of construction workers is calculated to be 8 million. However, after amending a 40-hour work week... Oh, fuck, where'd it go? After amending a 40-hour work week to accommodate a proper 12-hour work day, or 80-hour work week, we can afford 5 million illegals to construct our homes. For resource extraction, the calculated number of workers is 2 million, which we can afford to increase our remaining 3 million immigrants, while simultaneously reforming labor laws to accommodate 126-hour work week. The overproduction and energy will make everything drop in cost and deflate the economy. Oh my god. All of what I have outlined will result in the greatest... This is actually just Project 2025. I actually just predicted the whole thing. Sorry. This is actually just what they're doing. Except they're not even, like, thinking that far ahead to start doing the resource extraction right now to lower gas prices when this Iran shit hits the fan. I believe the advantages of my proposal are obvious and of the utmost importance. First, it would greatly eliminate the number of gang members, violent murderers, and rapists in our nation. Second, the descendants of illegals will have something to be proud of. Being the child of an illegal who fraudulently scammed their way into the country and is leeching off of the resources provided is shameful. But being the child of an illegal who tirelessly worked for 3 months to build a new apartment complex that you're living in, that is the pride of... that is the great pride of, for the illegal offspring. The illegal households are calculated to take roughly $40 billion of taxpayer dollars a year. As laborers, they would be estimated to contribute over $3 trillion a year at virtually no cost. Oh my god. Fourth, the white man will be able to access his true potential as the illegal steps aside for them. These laborers will ensure the highest quality of labor in their respective work and sector. This would be a great relief to the nuclear family. If the white man need not worry about their children's success in the future, they are allowed to focus on the family structure entirely. Hard time. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Bro, why are your notes in okay, I explained this before. I'm actually really, like, confused on why this doesn't make more sense to you guys. If I'm looking at this tree over here, okay, why the fuck would I look at it to say 06, 06, 06, 06, all the way down here, and then have it do all of the numbers and the days chronologically here? Like, this is sorted chronologically. Obsidian doesn't let you customize the sort order. Like, if I were to change it to the modified time, this would be all out of order. Like, it wouldn't order itself if I didn't have it in this format. It looks so much cleaner. I'm really confused on how this is, like, controversial. Whatever. Okay. These I have normally, because they're, like, I'm not looking at these. It's just the daily notes, whatever. Like, these are chill. If I go to this, it'll be in normal date format. I'm not looking at these to be chronological. And if I were, I would just do this and go time created, because they're actually, like, the daily notes that get created on the days that I make them. Because I make these, like, retrospectively. You know what I mean? Whatever. Boom, 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 boom. Because money talks in this world, and greasing someone's pockets makes them way more willing to push your agenda. Is that the Mogler up top? Oh yeah, this was on his Substack. So if I have more money, I can put more in your pockets than the next lobbyist. Then I get my agenda pushed before yours or over yours. Do you think it's that, like, it's that cut and dry? Like, I'm a Republican, okay? I'm being offered, like, $2 trillion by this pro-abortion PAC to go for abortion. And, like, the pro-life PAC is only offering me $1. As a Republican, am I gonna go and, like, just because there's more money on the other side, am I gonna switch my policy up just to completely, like it's not just money. It can't just be money. If it was illegal, lobbyists would only form to push their cause they believed in and would have to purely convince politicians that their cause was important. Huh? If it was illegal, lobbyists would only form to push their cause they believed in. And would have to... What, you're saying if money in politics was illegal, how the fuck would lobbyists do that if there was no money? Are they volunteers? If money isn't involved, then the highest donor isn't the one that gets their cause heard, and everyone is on a level playing field. But that's so not the case anyway. Nothing is ever going to be on a level playing field. Like, everyone knows someone who can get a guy who can whatever. Like, it's never going to be on a level playing field. There's so many different factors that get put into place, and with all of these different, there's so many different moving parts. Like, taking out money is you could regulate it more. You could put more stipulations in place to make sure that people are being more responsible with it. You could like take steps to stop the corruption in it. But just completely like Xing it out of the equation just doesn't make any sense. You believe if a lobby group sends millions to get you elected, then you are obligated to support their causes over someone that couldn't or didn't? Well, yeah, but you could say that about literally any constituency for anything. Like, what, you think that just because you won like a 50-point swing by campaigning off of like this one specific issue that you're obligated to follow through with that issue just because your supporters would leave you if you didn't? Like, yeah, exactly. That's the point of it. I refuse to believe that you guys are gonna tell me that this looks cleaner than this. Like, this is so much better. This is just so it's not sorted properly anymore. This is just so much better. Like, I really refuse. I don't like this. It's not as clean. I can't see it as intuitively. I'm not looking at this. This basically always stays closed. I never look at this. But like this, it will stay this way. 100,000%. Oh my god, what just happened? You don't just attack Iran and didn't think Russia was going to sit back and act like it didn't happen. Did Russia do something? Who are you talking about? Like, Americans really have just always been retarded. Why did we do that? Like, why? That was so unnecessary and so dramatic of us. I don't know who shits on SNL. I was watching SNL a lot during the campaign because it came up a lot in the controversy. But I was, oh my god, the Kamala shit. I watched all of them.
And this is CNN. Well, it's nearly election day, and both candidates are making their final pitch.
The last campaign stop in Pennsylvania. Gosh, I wish I could talk to someone who's been in my shoes, you know? A black South Asian woman running for president, preferably from the Bay Area. Both, sister. It is nice to see you, Kamala. It is nice to see you, Kamala. And I'm just here to remind you, you got this. Because you can do something your opponent cannot do. You can open doors. I see what you did there, like to a garbage truck, right? I don't really laugh like that, do I? A little bit. Now, Kamala, take my Pamela. The American people want to stop the chaos and end the drama with a cool new stepmamala. Kick back in our pajamas and watch a rom Kamala. Like Legally Blondula. And start decorating for Christmas. Fa la 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 la. Because what do we always say? Keep Kamala and carry on a la.
That's my president, actually. That's actually my president. No shit. Sorry. Unironically. Okay. I saw this, what was it, Rockwell County? Fuck, what was it? Rockwall? Rockland. Rockland? This one, okay. This is like a real... I should look at this. I should read this. I should put time into this. There is clear evidence that the Senate results are incorrect, and there are statistical indications that the presidential results are highly unlikely. It's a tiny county. I think there was like 500 voters or something like that. But like... Okay. Like, this is a court case. We suing Rockland County Board of Elections. No, I think, okay, so it's suing their smart legislation, suing the Board of Elections for a recount because of suspiciousness. Question mark? I don't know. I keep on seeing, so what I know about this, and the reason why I want to look into this, hang on. I should have contextualized this before I just started looking at court cases. I have seen so many social media posts of people convincing themselves that the election is about to get, like, handed to Kamala Harris. Fuck, did I save any of them? Like, there are actually really schizophrenic people out there. I know I saw them after the election that were saying that, like, oh, like, if you listen to Elon Musk said that he fucked with this computer and this XYZ was going on, then blah, blah, blah. Like, I know that there was, like, that shit. Okay, but I've been seeing an increasing amount since the Supreme Court ruling ordered a recount. Basically saying that, okay, the election results as they are right now, currently in this county, are super suspicious because the Democratic senator won by like a margin, by like a good margin, and then Kamala Harris got 0 votes. Like, zilch, 0, not a singular one. How does that make sense when the Democratic senator won by a margin? Like, not a singular one is suspicious. But then I don't know, like, I haven't looked into it. I don't know if that's actually, like, a real substantiate. Fuck, I can't find any of the...
Yeah, everyone would vote again. There would be special elections. We would not just give Harris the position. There would be a new election with additional security measures. So this lawsuit, it's important to remember, this lawsuit is about Rockland County, New York. If they continue finding statistical anomalies here, is it likely that more legal challenges will be brought in other areas? Yes, it is. But this lawsuit is specifically about Rockland County. So what they're asking for is a full hand recount that is done in a publicly transparent way, as well as invalidating the results of the 2024 presidential and Senate races in Rockland County and a new special election. And you can go read about the new security measures that they would want to have implemented at this link. So the next step now is that the next court date is September 22nd, and what they're doing right now is they're gathering evidence. So they have already found statistical anomalies. They have mathematicians looking at this, and so they're just going to continue researching this, as well as they have already had affidavits signed by voters who said, yeah, I voted for so-and-so. And you find 10 people in whatever district who voted for so-and-so, but the Board of Elections only counted 5 votes. But you have 10 sworn affidavits for that district. So that's really fishy. And that's what happened to this woman, Diane Sayre, who was on the ballot in 2024. And she has found a bunch of people who signed affidavits and said that they voted for her. But the number of affidavits that she has is exceeding the number of votes that the Board of Elections reported for her. So she's saying, look, you need to investigate this because clearly the vote count is incorrect. There's a discrepancy here that we need to find. So that's what they're doing right now, is they're in the investigation phase. And there is so much more that could happen from now, but to this question, it would not be like we give the office to Harris now. It wouldn't be like that, as far as I can tell. There would be like a special election, which would be crazy to see because so many people have now woken up to the fact that Trump's policies are absolutely awful.
Like, could this happen? Should I be getting like crazy excited? Like, it's definitely not realistic, but like, there was also a world in which Chuck Grassley became president if they couldn't elect a Speaker of the House. So, I mean, like, is there a world in which this happens? Like, maybe. Maybe. Okay. So. Is this the woman that she just mentioned? Diane Sayre, Mark Murphy, Adam. Who are these people? What is this case even called? Okay, let's just do Rockland County. Rockland County. No. Elections. No. I want just elections. I just want like a no, I don't thank you. Okay. Wow, that's so not today's date. I need to watch something. Need to have something playing. Whoa! Is this what my screen looks like for you? Wait, has it been doing that this whole time? Is that annoying to watch? Fuck. Damn, okay. For you? Wait, that's like really annoying. That's insufferable. Why has no one said anything? What the fuck? This is also on a delay. This is kind of freaky. I can't tell what's live, and this is like just on a delay. Why is it purple? Hang on. That is so irritating. Oh my goodness. You guys have just been watching me like this? What the fuck? How do I fix it? Wow. How am I sharing my I went through this earlier. I got a I got a reflector. I like downloaded a reflector thing. So because my computer kept on crashing when I had OBS running at the same time as like any of my like softwares. So I have another computer right now that's just running OBS and is just getting casted like this reflector. So It's got to be like a glitch with the reflector or something. Oh shit! Also, my streaming computer is about to die, so I should probably plug that in. I'm gonna plug that in. Also gonna use the restroom, and fuck, I don't know. I wish I knew why this was flickering. I'm sorry. It's upsetting. Is Mahmoud Khalil? Whoa.
And his wife, Dr.
The Hamas paid sympathizer? Whoa.
Noor Abdallah. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having us.
Of course. It's great to see you both.
Thank you so much.
To be able to talk to you both, to have you here together at the same
person?
time.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's begin at the beginning. March 8th, federal agents follow you into the lobby of your building. Do you remember understanding what was happening at that time? And what was it like for you, Noor, to see all of this unfold?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think, for me at least, I wasn't expecting that to happen that night. We were actually right before, we were at an iftar dinner, and we were talking about how we're gonna go home and just relax, watch a movie, drink some tea. So, you know, we were preparing to have a quiet night in. And then the agents came behind us at the apartment door. And then it all kind of unfolded, and you know, I've told the story many times, but it ended with Mahmoud being dragged away from me. I was 8 months pregnant at the time. It was very scary, especially not knowing what was going on, where he was being taken. They wouldn't answer any of my questions. At one point I was running around them, you know, I was chasing them down the street. Like, just answer anything, I just need to know where he's going. And nobody would tell me anything. So that was scary, and I didn't really know anything until the Monday. So he was taken on Saturday. I didn't hear from him until Monday. So that whole weekend, it was just speculating what's going on. Is he okay? They were in plain clothes, so I didn't know if it was ICE agents, if it was somebody else. We didn't really have any information. So, you know, it was scary. I think it was one of the scariest moments of my life.
Understandably.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you didn't expect it to happen that night. Does that imply this had been a worry on your mind prior to that?
Not for me, but I think Mahmoud can kind of talk about that.
Yeah.
Talk about that, please.
I mean, basically, I've been sort of targeted by doxing and smear, like false smears, like since the summer. So I sort of like got used to, you know, like that sort of doxing online. However, the 2 weeks or the 10 days prior to March 8th, there was more of a coordinated attack. Like, you would see like at least 5-7 groups, like constantly posting, tweeting about me, mentioning Rubio, Trump, all these people, agencies, like, to deport me. I had some sort of like a worry about, I was certain that I would be at least visited by like a law enforcement agency. But I had that very small faith that there would be some sort of like due diligence, due process. They would, of course, they're seeing the tweets, they would go into their records. Who's Mahmoud Khalil? What did he do? Is what's being said online about him true or not? So, and that's why I was so calm when they approached us. I sort of, you know, I was certain I've never done anything wrong or unlawful. And that sort of like gave me some sort of ease. However, I was so worried about Noor because the last thing I heard from them threatening Noor that you would be arrested if you don't like leave Mahmoud. That was the last thing I heard from them. And for the next at least 30 hours, they kept me totally in the dark, not allowing me to talk to anyone, not even like listening to the news or calling my lawyers. So I felt that actually something bad happened to Noor until 2 days after, like Monday morning, when I contacted Noor, and then sort of like that got easier. But that day was one of the most intense days I've went through. And, like in my history, I went through like, the Syrian civil war. I was under bombardment, all of that. But that did not compare to the moment where, you don't know if your wife and son are okay.
You said that there was this kind of period where you were very worried in the lead up to when you were detained. Did you seek at any time any help or raise awareness about the kind of harassing and doxing that was happening to you, either from the university or from any other organizations that could have potentially come to your help in that moment?
Yeah, this was one of the main things that me and other students asked Colombia for. Because doxing did not only start like when Trump was elected or the week of my arrest. It has been happening since like October 2023. And the students reached out to the university seeking legal support, but any other support, because most of those doxers are Columbia students and faculty. So you have your professor doxing you.
Right.
And Columbia did nothing to stop that. They literally did nothing. And this is what sort of emboldened these actors to be more vicious and more violent in their like attacks, with so many comments like Islamophobic, xenophobic, like, and you name it. But Colombia failed to protect. Even the morning of, I believe, the morning of my arrest, I was so worried. And 6 in the morning, I emailed the president of Colombia and dean of students, asking for resources. Because what I simply wanted is for them to link me with legal support so I can send a cease and desist, sort of like letters to these individuals who are basically defaming me with all kind of false smears.
Did you get a response?
No. Until this moment, no.
You spent 104 days inside a notorious detention facility more than 1,000 miles away in Louisiana. What was that like for you on the inside? And what was it like for you so far away?
The moment you enter these facilities, or not even that, the moment that ICE apprehend you, you don't have any rights. You're expected to follow orders, not to know anything, and when they tell you to sign papers that you should sign. Otherwise, they would leave you in a room for a couple of hours, and then like they would come and ask you like to sign these papers. Inside the detention, the situation was sort of like dire in terms of like I shared a dorm with at least 70 other men. Very difficult stories. You would hear like just heart-wrenching stories about individuals who have been in this country undocumented, but that's their only offense. Like they didn't do anything wrong. Some of them were picked up from their court hearings, from their ICE check-ins. And that's to a lot of people is just like so confusing, because they said like, we were in the process of getting documentation, why we are being thrown here. And once again, no matter what the conditions are in such facilities, it's not necessary. Like even if you had the best conditions, and being separated from my family. There was one individual literally attended his father's funeral on the phone. And he had to request like from 70 people to be silent for at least 20 minutes so he can attend the service.
It sounds a bit like you were more worried about some of them than you were about yourself in the moment.
No, I was very worried about myself and about like Noor. But it's just at that point, because I know I didn't do anything wrong, I knew that eventually I will prevail. I wasn't accused of any crimes. And even in the words of Rubio and this administration, they said like my activities were legal. So I was certain it's just like a matter of time. And I knew we had, thankfully, a very good support system like from the community around us. But a lot of these individuals are forgotten, literally forgotten, that there is people who spent months, more than a year, without any sort of communication from ICE or lawyers. They were just waiting for their fate, thinking that ICE may care about them.
Noor, you mentioned you were 8 months pregnant at the start of all of this. What was it like going through? I mean, I know firsthand how stressful pregnancy is in the best of circumstances. What was it like going through all of this on your own without your husband, the father of your child?
So was a fear of mine from the beginning of our pregnancy, actually, and we discussed it so many times. I was so worried he was going to miss the birth. Whether it was, I was supposed to give birth in Michigan, actually. That was the plan, to be around my family. Mahmoud was about to start a new job. So we decided that I'm not going to go to Michigan because I want to stay close to him. I didn't even want to be an hour plane ride away from him. I didn't want him to miss anything. So we had discussed it a lot before he was taken. You know, after he got detained, it was kind of like a race against the clock for me, at least. We had a very limited time, and I needed him to be back home. So it was a fight every single day, hoping that I'm going to hear something, hoping, you know, they're going to let him out either on bail or whatever it is. Obviously, that didn't happen. But that was, for the beginning of his detention, that was kind of my main focus, is I want him to be out. I want him to be there for the birth of our child. You know, when it happened, I think I had gotten to a point where I kind of accepted it. This was a week before I actually gave birth, a week early. So I think I got to a point where I was like, he's most likely not going to be home. I started to accept that. It was still hard, even after I got to the hospital. I still had like a sliver of hope that, you know, he's going to be here. They're going to let him out on furlough, which they ended up denying after an hour. So, you know, it was difficult, but I think it did teach me a lot about myself. You know, that was something I never wanted to go through by myself, but I made it, and you know, I survived that. It was hard, but yeah.
When you walked through the door with baby Dean by yourself, what was that like?
That was harder than the whole process before, the hospital and the labor. That was the hardest moment for me, the most emotional I got. My mom and my sister were with me at the time. They dropped me off and they were getting things from the car. I was obviously postpartum. They don't want me carrying things. So I walked upstairs with Dean by myself. We walked into the apartment, and it was like quiet. And it's not how I imagined walking into my apartment with my new baby. I don't know, I think all the emotions kind of hit me at that point. I just wanted him to be there. And
What was the feeling for you the first time you heard your son's voice, or maybe saw a picture? I don't know if you were able to FaceTime from prison, but what was the first interaction that you had? I mean, I know as a father, the first time you hold your son, it is a life-changing and a profound moment. But you had to do it from distance and not physically touching him.
I mean, I would start by, you know, nothing could have prepared me for that moment. And I'm now dealing with the fact that, you know, I lost like one of the divine moments with my wife. and son. I mean, the first time was literally like 3:30 a.m. Moments after like the delivery. I just heard him crying, and that literally like got me in the heart. And I think it's just unbelievable that someone had the cruelty to take that moment from me. And I mean, all these were different. I was able to see him the day after. There's some sort of like a FaceTime app. Like it's so different, but there's some sort of service that I could see Dean. But it was very different from when the first time that I actually held him.
What did you say to him the first time you held him? You don't have to answer that. You know what I'm saying?
To be honest, I don't remember because I was just stunned, and because also we had only 1 hour at that time
together. So let me ask you this: what was the first homemade meal that you had when you guys were all together and alone as a family?
Mjaddara.
Mjaddara. Good choice. Great choice. Very traditional Palestinian Syrian dish. Exactly. Rice, lentils. Right?
Yeah, very simple.
But I bet it tasted great.
Absolutely. Like Noor made it. So.
What is it like trying to live a normal life now that you've become a symbol? And I know you have described yourself as a homebody in the past. You didn't ask for this. What's it like trying to rebuild a life under these conditions and knowing that the legal fight isn't over?
Yeah, I don't think we've gotten to the point yet where things have calmed down enough to be able to say how we're trying to assimilate back into our normal lives. It's just been go, 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 go. Which I know it's going to die down, and then we're going to be able to do that. You know, we were taking a walk yesterday, and about 10 people recognized him. People wanted to take pictures with him, and like you said, I am a homebody. I like my space and I like my privacy. And
do you feel safe?
That's a hard question. I don't like going on walks anymore because I'm worried. You know, so far it's been really good interactions, but I'm worried about that bad one. You know, there's a lot of support, and we've had incredible support from all over the world, but there's also been the bad side of it. I worry for Mahmoud's safety. I worry for Dean's safety.
Mahmoud, you're already back out protesting, right? And now you know how much is at stake. You have a young son. You've seen what the state can do to you. How did you decide to come to that decision? Was this something you discussed together about whether you wanted to continue having some sort of public role in this fight?
I don't think there's a choice where your people are being slaughtered by the day.
Fuck, how long ago did this end? Damn it. Sorry. Sorry. My bad, guys. I had to feed my cat. Oh, you can't even see her. She's fucking nonchalant at it, bro. I don't know if you could see her, but she's there on the floor. She's going at it. This bitch is like super spoiled, so I have to make her a 3 textured meal. She has 2 textured dry kibble. It's like crunchy on the outside and then like squishy on the inside. And then I have to mix it with wet food. And then I also have to do it in front of her. She has to see me doing it. She has to hear the clinking of the metal bowl, of the bowls. And then I also have to let her lick the spoon that I use before I give her the food, or else she won't eat it. Like, we have a whole routine. Okay. I'm switching from Iran to Supreme Court stuff. Did Kamala win the election? What the fuck? That's such a clickbait title. Oh.
Trump's big beautiful bill is really unpopular, and I don't think they're very happy about it. I'm joined today by my friend Adam Mockler, who also just got a haircut. Adam, are you seeing this shit?
Yo, I have more subscribers than the FY pod. That's crazy. I definitely don't have more views though. That's insane. Whoa! Is it just because everyone watches it on the Bulwark channel? Are they like cannibalizing their own audience? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Elon Musk is back in his self-destructive, or now he wants to destroy Trump's bill phase, and I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about Elon over the past week or so. So it's nice to see.
Also, what the fuck was going on in chat while I was gone? Like, do I have to... Oh, you can't see my... Why is this frozen? Oh, it's frozen. Interesting. Hang on, just give me 1 second. I just have to reset this. Do. Wait, when did it freeze? Oh, it froze like during the interview. Interesting. And no one said anything. Or were you guys just having fun in the chat? It's cute. Why is it so tiny? How do I... Why did the view just change to that? Why did that happen? What the flip? Oh my goodness. Wait, I'm actually gonna go ballistic. Why is this not sizing correctly? Okay, boom. There's a black bar on the bottom. There's a black bar on the bottom. There's a black... I can't even see. It's still there. Okay. Did she go back and rechat? No, I did not. But I will now. There's so many. Jesus Christ. Okay, is that Frogan? Am I going schizo? So many chatters. I don't know if Arya in particular attracts these kinds of people, or if they're bots, or if I'm going to... Hang on. Why can't I go past? Why can't I go past here? What the fuck? Oh my god, why did it freeze again? Whoa. Hang on. If this is the point at which this computer gives out, I think I'm okay with that. It's been like 5 hours. I don't know why it keeps on lagging, but hang on. I'm restarting it. This size thing is gonna drive me crazy though. Hey. She always steals my yogurt. Fucking hate her. Why is it so big now? Jesus Christ. What the actual fuck? Okay. You lied about your age, there's no shot you're 29. When did he say he was 29? He typed like a fucking 60-year-old. I'm dead. And then some dude joins the Discord and I can see his profile picture on the side, and at first glance I think it's Force Floyd. Then I think it's Flush. After my eyes adjust, but I think it's just AI. Dude, is this a bot? He just appeared again. Is this the sleeper agent that came about from Arya's sleep flickering screen? What the? There's no way this person is real. your name is Terrell and your name is Terrell and your dad is in jail for being a wife beater. Chatters need to come to voice chat and prove that they're not bots. You're making me really anxious. What are you gonna do with these screenshots? My Freemason relative. What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck? I'm the guy that predicted Trump would get impeached twice. Better believe it. Wow! I'm so surprised that this did not get, like, censored in YouTube chat. Like, that's just... Who do you think wrote jokes? 27. Jesus Christ, oh my god. How long does this go on for? Oh, okay, it's done. I've got an anime on my side.
See that he's still on his Trump warpath. We'll put a tweet up right now on the screen that is Elon shitting on the big beautiful bill once more. But it's more than just Elon who's not happy about this. A lot of people are unhappy about this. Let's write up.
Hang on, I'm also really confused why it's flickering for you guys, but it's not, like, when the screen's flickering, it's not flickering for me on, like, my, like, over here. Like, this is... Am I schizophrenic? Why the fuck did it just start flickering? Does that mean that it's something with the resolution? Because it started flickering as soon as I moved it to my second monitor. It was, I swear to fuck, I'm not crazy, I swear to fuck, it's not, I moved it to my main monitor, to my Mac, and it's not flickering on my Mac. Wait, yes it is. What the fuck? It's just flickering in a different way. What the fuck? No, it's not flickering. Oh my god. I feel like I'm schizophrenic. I don't know why this thing is flickering. Sorry.
We need to restore trust.
Welcome to Raging Moderates. I'm Jessica Tarlov. Today I'm speaking with Representative Greg Casar. He's in his second term representing Texas's 35th district, and he's also the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. He's currently campaigning across the country alongside Bernie Sanders in the Fighting Oligarchy tour, and he's been outspoken about his belief that the Democratic Party should work to be known as the party of the everyday person. Representative Casar, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me on.
Pent-up excitement, and it feels fitting that we have such a big news story to talk about this morning that relates directly to the kind of work and campaigning that you're doing with the New York City Democratic primary last night. We're recording this Wednesday morning. Zohran Mamdani, I wouldn't say shocking everybody because this was the mood was that it was shifting in his direction against Andrew Cuomo, who was obviously
It would have been a
governor.
shock 2 or 3 months ago.
Definitely a shock 2 or 3 months ago. And there's only one pollster that got it right, actually, that had Mamdani pulling this off. But can you talk about your initial reactions to the result and what you think it means about the party on a larger basis?
I'm happy to be on this podcast. I'm very clearly progressive. I'm Progressive Caucus chair. And of course, Mr. Mamdani's win is a big progressive win. But I think it also can't be underestimated how much his win can be attributed to connecting with people, with being authentic, with going all over New York City. A lot of people outside of Texas watched the Beto O'Rourke 2018 race from afar when Beto ran for Senate against Ted Cruz. But
we also gave a lot of money.
Yeah, yeah, y'all also gave a lot of money.
Which we did not get back.
Yeah, well, yeah, hey, you know, a lot of times money pours out of Texas. This was one opportunity where it came in. But a lot of us in Texas watching Zoran's race felt like we were watching a Beto O'Rourke moment from afar, in that him walking all the way across Manhattan felt like watching Beto drive over 200 Texas counties, because I think people are searching for that kind of a connection. And then the last thing that I'll mention about Zoran is, while his views are certainly part of the left part of the Democratic Party, he emphasized those economic issues, affording New York more than anything else. That's what the banner said behind him when he won, was being able to afford New York City. And I think that at the end of the day, a lot of Democratic primary voters are looking for something new. They're looking for something authentic, and they want to hear how the Democratic Party is going to address their economic needs. And I think that's a path forward for progressives.
Yeah, he was relentlessly on message, and it was about affordability. Everything from your groceries to your childcare, which is a massive issue. And he said that Bill de Blasio was his favorite New York mayor, and Bill de Blasio got us universal pre-K, which I was not a fan of de Blasio's mayoralty, but I certainly can appreciate what a big difference that made in the lives of parents. And I have 2 young kids, so.
I'm literally going schizophrenic right now. Now that I've noticed the flickering, I can't stop staring at it, and I think it's like suggestive programming. Like, that's got to do something psychological. That with the colors, like, I'm gonna get canceled. I'm admitting some type of frequency that attracts bots, I guess. Is it this? What if I change this? Nope. Awkward. What if I'm so sorry, guys. Hang on. What if I do this? Hang on. I don't know why it's doing. I don't know what it looks like on your end. On my end, it's literally not doing it. It literally looks fine. Hang on. Is this better? Yeah, like no. Okay, no, that's not. That's definitely not. Fuck, I'm so sorry. Peace out, Swoopy. Have fun. I am not official. I'm not part of the YouTube partner program. I don't think. What the fuck? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, hang on. I don't even know how to explain this. But I basically just accidentally made everything a mirror of itself, and I don't know which computer I don't know which computer it's mirroring. I don't know which computer I'm controlling right now. Everything is the exact same screen. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't know how to do any of this shit. Okay. Honestly, I think that's my cue. This actually lasted a lot longer than I thought it would. 5 hours. That's insane. Hang on. Okay. I literally, like, I can't control anything. I don't know what my main screen is. I'm gonna end it. But dual PC setup, 10 out of 10. Probably going over the Rockland County, this case, and also the Supreme Court birthright citizenship case tomorrow morning, because I'm gonna try and go to Pride, then I have to go to work, so it'll be a long day. All right, peace out, guys. Good night. Love you.